Testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing, testing. 1 2 3 1 2 3.
I was thinking I'm probably most local.
All right, good morning and welcome to the Post Advisory Committee meeting for March 4th, 2025. We call this meeting to order, and we'll start with a flag salute and a moment of silence. So if you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence honoring a former commissioner as well as the officers who have lost their lives since the last meeting. And we will start with a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in a moment of silence for former Commissioner Reverend Jethro Jeff Moore II, former Post Commissioner, died on December 26, 2024. And for Deputy Sheriff Timothy Corlew of the Riverside County Sheriff's Office, Jurupa Valley Sheriff Station, end of watch January 8, 2025. Thank you. Please take your seats. We'll now move on to the roll call of commission members. Ms. Essex, will you please take roll call?
Good morning, advisory members. Cordova. Cottrell. Present. Herman. Gamboa.
Present.
Tony.
Is that me? Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Tony.
Honey, yes, I'm here.
Morrell. Here. Orborn. Present. Pacheco.
Here.
Pontes. Here. Rosa. Salazar.
Is it?
Stalker.
Hey, thank you. This time I would like to introduce Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez, as well as Assistant Executive Director Jim Grotkow. We will call the meeting to order and start with public comment. This is time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the advisory committee agenda pursuant to commission policy. I, as the advisory chair, will manage the public comment period in deference to the committee's workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each meeting for public comments on items on the agenda. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes each. If we have many people who wish to speak on the same topic, I, as the chair, may intervene and will ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, I, the chair, may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised that the committee cannot take action on items not on the agenda. Please remember that this meeting is being transcribed, so I may politely interrupt and ask you to repeat or speak slowly and clearly so your comment can be correctly captured in the transcript. Is there anyone who would like to address the committee during public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to approval of action summary and transcript. Our first item is the approval of the meeting transcript and action summary from the November 19, 2024 Advisory Committee meeting. Before I move on to motion and second, I just want to remind the committee members the microphones are on auto, so all you need to do is speak and it will pick you up and come on. You don't need to press any buttons. It'll pick it right up. So with that, we'll move on to, is there a motion to approve the transcript and action summary from the November 19, 2024 meeting?
I'll move.
Motion Oborn. Is there a second to the motion? Second Stalker. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes unanimous. We'll now move on to announcements, and I will call upon Assistant Executive Director Jim Grotkow to provide the announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just one announcement, and I'd like to introduce one of our newest member, Chief Cindy Ponce of the California Highway Patrol, and give her an opportunity to say a few words.
Good morning. Thank you. Cindy Ponce, I'm a chief with the California Highway Patrol. I'm over our departmental training division, which oversees our academy and our organizational development section. I've been with the department for 25 years now. have been all over the state. So I'm humbled and honored to sit on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to presentations, and Assistant Executive Director Jim Grotkow will announce the agenda items to be presented during today's meeting.
Thank you again. We've received requests from advisory committee members to have the following presentations: consent items B3 through B7, finance item C3, basic training bureau item D1 and D2, training delivery and compliance bureau item E1, peace officer standards accountability division items F2 and F3, and certification bureau item G1 through G3.
Okay, thank you. As we move into these items, I also want to remind the committee members, if you have a question or a comment on a particular item or with a motion or a second, if you could please start that with your last name first for purpose of the court reporter, so she can document who was asking the question for clarity in the minutes. And with that, we'll move on to our first presentation. At this time, I call upon Assistant Executive Director Jim Grotkow in the Executive Office, who will provide a report on course certification statistics.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item was requested. It's an item that we do for the commission every single meeting. And it's essentially what came into the program during this time, which presenters left the program, how many courses we currently have certified. To give an example, we currently have active courses 5,923, and then we have 1,062 presenters. So this is a report that we do every time, just to allow the commission to be aware of some of the progress we're making and who's coming in new and who's leaving the program. So any questions on that? Thank you.
Thank you. This time I call upon Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler, Certification Bureau, and Bureau Chief Robert Guyton from the Professional Conduct Northern Bureau, who will provide a report on certification decertification update.
Good morning. Looks like we are going to start with a list of the individuals who have been deemed ineligible to be, oh, wait, what happened? Oh, what we're starting with? Yeah.
Shell, if you could bring the microphone down. Thank you.
Better?
We're competing with the lawnmowers.
Well, since this is up first, I'll start with this. There's a list of 14 individuals who have been deemed ineligible to be peace officers in the state of California based on prior felony convictions identified in Government Code Section 1029. If we could just kind of scan through that list really quickly. This is in the agenda. This is not a voting item for the commission, it's just an informational item for them. You know, we have some new members, so if there are any questions about how this list comes about or how these individuals are deemed ineligible, I am happy to answer those.
Sheriff Honey.
Question. And it may be in the regulation. If it is, I apologize for not reviewing it ahead of time, but if a person suffers a felony conviction and then subsequently through the court process, 17B of the Penal Code has it reduced to a misdemeanor and then subsequently dismissed, would they then be eligible to reapply?
Toby, I'll let you jump in if I'm incorrect, but my understanding is that no, they have to be found factually innocent
Okay.
by a court in order to be re-eligible.
Yeah, eligible again, eligible again.
Yeah,
Okay.
to become
Okay.
eligible again, otherwise they are still ineligible.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Any additional questions on this particular item? Okay.
We can pull up the PowerPoint then. Okay, so I'm just going to go through, these are the standard certification statistics. This is going to be for 2024, so you have a whole year, and then I will present what's 2025, since our last meeting was in November. So as you can see, at the end of 2024, we had 82,102 full-time peace officers. We issued 4,334 basic certificates, approved 7,587 new appointments. And again, for our new members, those are inclusive of peace officers who are lateraling to another agency. We're counting every single new appointment, regardless of whether they're a brand new peace officer or just new to that agency. And then we issued 5,836 proofs of eligibility. So the peace officers appointed to classifications that would not be eligible for basic certificate. So your level 2, level 3 reserves, and level 1 reserves who have never been a peace officer before. And then our jail deputies would also have these proofs of eligibility issued to them. On the right-hand side are the numbers of affidavits of separation we've received. So 7,846 individuals separated. This is also inclusive of individuals who have left their agency to go to another agency, as well as those who have been terminated or those who are retiring or resigning in good standing. Of those 7,846, there were 353 individual counts of serious misconduct allegations tied to those, and 276 individual officers who were separated as a result of serious misconduct. There's a slight discrepancy between those numbers because some individual officers may have multiple allegations of serious misconduct. And then the smaller box on the right, you'll see are the number of allegations for each individual category of serious misconduct. Next slide, please. So in 2024, you can see that we issued 67 immediate temporary suspensions. We did remove 37 of them. Some of those would include individuals who had their ITSs withdrawn for various reasons. Most of those are due to us losing jurisdiction because the prosecuting agency the district attorney's office opted not to prosecute and drop the charges. A few of them had provided sufficient documentation for the executive director to reconsider the need to issue an immediate temporary suspension. These also include individuals who've had their suspensions removed and then subsequently replaced by an action from the commission, whether it's a suspension or revocation due to a felony conviction after 2022. And then you can see we had 61 individuals voluntarily surrender their certifications. This number is slightly skewed. We actually had 2 additional individuals who surrendered but did not have a proof of eligibility or a basic certificate. So they're not counted in this number. And then you can see we had 84 revocations and 85 individuals total who were deemed ineligible based on conviction. Next slide. Oh, were any questions about 2024? Okay, so 2025. You can see similar numbers, but this is just through February 10th of 2025 when we were ready to publish the agenda. You can see quite a lot of new appointments and movement happening in just the first month and a half. Next slide, please. And then for 2025, again, through February 10th, we have issued 12 immediate temporary suspensions, removed 5. Again, those, I believe there's a handful of them that are related to withdrawals of an immediate temporary suspension, and then some that were related to revocation. And we've had 4 voluntary surrenders up until February 10th. And 8 individuals deemed ineligible. Next slide, please. I won't go through every one of these numbers, but this is our cumulative total since we started tallying these numbers. And And next slide. Again, cumulative totals. This is broken down by year. You can see 2023 is significantly lower in the voluntary surrenders. It was a fairly new process. We were just getting started. 2024, there was a big spike. District attorneys started using them as part of their plea agreements. We also started sending out notices of investigation to officers when we were beginning to review their cases, and afforded them the opportunity to voluntarily surrender their certification at that time, and many of them did so. Next slide, please. So this is cumulative of some of the statistics related to peace officers where we have taken action against their certifications, broken down by gender, ethnicity, years of service, and age. Next slide, please. It's just a bigger breakdown so you can see the numbers easier. Next. Next. I should probably move through the next like 4 of them fairly quickly. Okay, and then this one, we were asked by the commission to kind of show a comparison with the average age and years of service together. So you can see this also is more blown up. The commission did also ask us to look at the college education of individuals who've had actions taken against them. We have been trying to run those numbers, but our data is limited because we are only at the time an officer is applying for their professional certificates. Not everybody applies for a professional certificate. You generally only have to submit whatever college education requirement at the time you're applying. So those who may wait later in their career and submit an AA, we may never see that they've completed a bachelor's degree or a master's degree or further. Same with every subsequent degree. Somebody may have a PhD, but we don't know that because they've only given us their bachelor's degree to qualify for their certificates. And then sometimes they have their AA and then they get their BA or BS. And so these individuals are being double counted now because it's counting the number of degrees. So we're trying to fine tune that for those members who were present at the last meeting and heard the commission ask for that. We don't have that data yet. We're still fine tuning it so it's less messy when we present it. Are there any questions on these statistics? Thank you.
I have a question if that's okay. Honey,
Yes.
I may have missed a slide. What's the number of complaints that you haven't yet had an opportunity to review?
Oh, that's coming.
Oh, it's coming. Okay, very good.
Nice segue.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. Here to update you on Professional Conduct Bureau statistics. I'm not going to read all of these slides, so please let me know if you have any questions. I'll go over the highlights of the slides. So this particular slide here of note, public complaints are up about 3 times over when we started accepting them. So we have a total of 1,712. And to your question, sir, you were asking how many
Complaints have you not yet had a chance to investigate?
Okay, it's coming, it's right here. So if you look at the open with agency, so 39% of our open cases are not completed internal affairs investigations and therefore are not open with post. We're not looking at those.
8,500.
Correct.
Okay.
The other number there of note, 13,312, are cases currently open with post. It does not mean they're actively being investigated at this time because of limited resources, obviously.
All right, so that's the number I'd like to dig into a little bit. So 13,000 cases that are open with post, but not being actively investigated. How many of the 13,000 are not being actively investigated?
So all of them are assigned to our respective bureaus. However, with the limited resources, law enforcement consultants may have anywhere from 30 to 50 to 100 cases assigned to them.
I understand that. I fully appreciate and understand limitations of resources. That's a huge number. And I'm just trying to get an understanding of how many of those are sitting in a file on somebody's desks and having not yet had a chance to really be vetted.
Correct. I can tell you that the majority of those cases are cases that are not sustained, unfounded, or exonerated by the agency,
Yes.
because that's over 90% of the cases that we have. So all of the cases that involve sustained allegations are currently assigned. So if you're looking at it from a threat perspective, the less threatening of those cases, if you will, are the ones that are currently assigned, but not being actively worked.
I
Does that
appreciate
make
that.
sense?
It does, and it actually goes to the area of concern that I have about this particular issue. You know, one is I appreciate the fact that you're triaging these cases to address those situations where there is a likelihood of misconduct, and I think that's appropriate. But if the vast majority of those, and I'd still like to have an idea of what the number is, but the vast majority of those are unfounded or not sustained by the investigations completed by the agencies, yet the agencies are having to upload these and you're having to deal with them. It creates, in my view, an unnecessary workload, unnecessary burden, both on the agencies as well as on post. I would much rather you spend your time investigating or dedicating resources to those cases where the agencies have said, hey, there's misconduct here and we need to deal with that. I know in our own case, we often get very frivolous complaints that have to be uploaded, and it just is a burden on the system, both ours as well as yours. And I'd love to have an opportunity to see if we could calibrate this scenario more effectively so that we're better using our resources both on post end as well as the agencies end. As with that, do you have a number of those unfounded and sustained cases?
Sheriff, if I may.
Yeah.
So we recently went through this exercise, so I actually can't answer that question.
Oh, great, thank you.
There is roughly 9,000 cases right now that have been identified as Bureau Chief Guyton explained, not sustained, unfounded, or exonerated. 9,000 cases. So we recently went through an exercise where we took all of those finalized reports from the agencies. We took them out of what we call unassigned reports because they were sitting in a queue of unassigned reports. We moved them over to cases, and that's what you're seeing open with post. That 9,000 of that 13,000 are exactly those cases. The reason we did that is so we can start assigning those out and getting them closed so we can work on the more current cases. What that means in those not sustained, exonerated, unfounded cases, we are doing what we call an abbreviated review. So instead of doing the full length investigation, we are looking at the agency's findings, we are looking at the agency's evidence to support those findings, and we are closing those cases out. The reason we are doing that is there's no possible way, knowing that we're getting 2,500 cases a quarter, or excuse me, reports a quarter, that we're ever going to be able to address that backlog unless we start putting our resources towards these cases where we have sustained findings, we believe there is a threat of serious misconduct, and we need to work those cases. So we're doing some abbreviated cursory review on those not sustained, unfounded, exonerated, which means we can close them out expeditiously. But you're absolutely right. We are spending time, resources, and a whole lot of heartache trying to deal with 30,000 reports that many of those, as Bureau Chief Guyton said, are reports that there is no basis for post to move forward. In fact, some of those are non-jurisdictional. They don't even fall within one of our 9 categories of serious misconduct. But because the law required law enforcement agencies, you know this, I'm doing this for the record, every complaint charge or allegation needs to be submitted to post within 10 days. We are spending an awful lot of time looking at stuff that does not amount to serious misconduct. I hope that helps.
It does, and I appreciate that, and you and I are pushing the boulder in the same direction, I think, because it is a monumental waste of resources on the law enforcement agency side, as well as the post side, and I'd much prefer that the resources be dedicated to those kinds of cases. I have one other addition to that, and that is the complaints that Post is receiving directly from members of the community. And I think you said it was up.
Yes.
In that. And one of the things that we've noted is there is an option for a person to be anonymous when they do a complaint. And I can appreciate and understand the rationale that perhaps went into deciding that. The problem that I see is that oftentimes the allegations that are submitted to Post anonymously lack sufficient detail to really do a meaningful investigation. Oftentimes you have an aggrieved person who just fires off a complaint without really much data at all. And so Post is left with having to deal with this anonymous complaint that doesn't have enough data, and a law enforcement agency now has to deal with that. I wonder if there could be an opportunity to explore a change in that the person would be required to provide their contact information, but could be held by Post so that the information could be passed on law enforcement agency to begin an investigation. And if additional information was needed from the reporting party, perhaps a Post consultant could make contact with the individual and gather the information necessary. Because other than that, you get these anonymous complaints that you just basically go, I don't have enough information to do anything with this. It's unfounded, I guess. I don't know. So that might be something worth looking at as well.
We currently contact the complainant. Our intake and disposition bureau contacts the complaining party. So if there is no way to contact the complaining party, there's very little we can do in terms of exercising enough review to even get it to the appropriate law enforcement agency to conduct a thorough investigation. Typically what we do if we receive it through an email is we will contact that party and let them know, look, your anonymity can only be protected up to a certain point, because again, if we have to fully flesh this out and investigate it, either Post has to investigate it because it's against an agency head or someone that's currently working internal affairs, or the agency has to investigate it. We tell them up front, anonymity may mean we don't have enough information to even get the ball rolling. And we can protect so much of that confidentiality in the early complaint stages. Obviously, if this ever goes through a full investigation and then we have to interview witnesses and, other parties, goes to a hearing, there is not anonymity. And we talk to them about that so they understand that either you would like to participate in some fashion to help get this case move forward, or you've decided that this isn't something you want to pursue. But we do have those conversations with the public complainants at a very early stage in that submission process for that exact reason.
That's assuming if you have the ability to recontact them.
If we have the ability to contact them, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't.
Yeah, it's still, when they put the
Yeah.
complaint out, but there's not information and they won't want to be,
Yeah.
it still creates a lot of work on our part and a lot of work
Correct.
on your guys' part as well. So
Yes.
perhaps there's a way to refine that process. Thank you.
Sure. Sure. Does, and it depends. So when they come over, completed. So there's 2 ways we get the Post reports. Sometimes they come over as a complaint charge or allegation where the agency is still investigating it. We don't, as Bureau Chief Guyton said, we don't touch those because the agency is still in the process of investigating that. So that remains open with agency. The agency can take as long as they can take within their own statute of limitations, a year, whatever, for POBAR, et cetera. For us, when they come over finalized, it's a completed IA. where the agency has a finding of exonerated, not sustained, unfounded, that finding is there. We're just confirming that finding. We're just looking at the finding of the agency and looking at the evidence. When we have a sustained violation, where the agency has taken some form of discipline or sustained violations, those take longer because we're doing our complete thorough investigation. I think on average, what we found is like between 120 and 160 days is more the average when we're looking at a sustained violation and we're doing a post-investigation. What we find with those sustained allegations is there are merit to sustaining the allegations. However, it might be a sustained finding because they violated an agency policy. Then we have the gap, right? Because the agency policy was violated. They demonstrated that by preponderance of the evidence. And now we're looking at, one, does that sustained policy violation meet one of the 9 deadly sins? And do we have enough to prove it at the threshold of clear and convincing evidence? And that's where I'm talking about that 100 to 120 to 160 days. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions on either side, right? Where it's a really complex case, multiple officers involved, OISs tend to be that way where they take a bit more time, but that's an average. And so those cases we call P1 cases, priority 1 cases, because we're talking about sustained findings. There's probably less than 1,000 of those cases right now. I think we've talked about 1,200 in the past. I'm venturing to guess we're somewhere, I haven't pulled the actual P1 numbers most recently, but I would say somewhere around 1,000 cases. As Bureau Chief Guyton explained, those are all assigned to our law enforcement consultants, and they're in various stages of being reviewed, with the exceptions of the ones that have come in within the last couple of weeks, right? So as soon as they come in, our Intake and Disposition Bureau is triaging them. They're looking at agency finding. They're looking at a couple of things that we've established as a priority level. Officer still working, recency of the allegation or violation, the egregious nature of the act or violation. Obviously, if anything warrants, and I want to call out one exception, it is not uncommon for us to get complaints, charges, or allegations that we immediately triage for an immediate temporary suspension. And that's where there's 3 things that have happened, and the executive director reviews it and believes there's an immediate need to place the officer's certification on hold. And that's that immediate temporary suspension. That's if an agency has terminated an officer for serious misconduct, they've resigned in lieu of being terminated during the course of an investigation for serious misconduct, or they've been arrested or indicted, or there's an information on file for a felony, right? That may move them, even though the agency is still investigating it, into a case where we're going to issue an ITS, the immediate temporary suspension. That happens immediately. So that's within probably less than 30 days, but I would say 30 days at the long end of it, right? The others are, I hope I answered that question. You may. That is correct. Thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Bureau Chief Guyton. I want him to talk about a little bit of the kind of profile that we've seen since we started this. We have 2 years of experience under our belts in terms of agency findings versus post findings, what we're doing from an audit perspective to address exactly what you are referring to, which is not be a pass-through organization, not rubber stamp, not be accused of, the common phrase we hear is the fox guarding the hen house, right? That we're just an extension of law enforcement agencies. So this really is an oversight. Bureau Chief Guyton has assisted me in kind of putting together exactly that, a way to incorporate checks and balances so that we make sure that even with what I considered an abbreviated review for those lower priority cases because they're exonerated, unfounded, or not sustained, that we don't miss anything.
Sure. So, as Anne Marie said, when we're looking at our priority 3 cases, right, the not sustained, unfounded, exonerated, we put a checks and balances in place for that. We're looking at all not sustained cases by a law enforcement consultant at this point, right? So that they're doing a little bit of a deeper dive, even though it's not sustained allegation. It's more of a risk than an unfounded or an exonerated one. So we're taking a harder look at those. We're also doing audits as it pertains to unfounded and exonerated cases if there's use of force, allegations, things of that nature. We'll take a deeper dive into that, maybe look at body cam footage and things to make sure that the agency is conducting a thorough investigation and that their findings are equal to ours. As if you incorporate the not only getting the body cam from the agency, but then thoroughly reviewing it from the different angles and the different officers potentially on scene, it takes quite some time, yes.
I'd also like to just address that in the last 2 years, sorry, sir, would you like to go ahead?
Well, before we leave that, if you don't mind, first off, this is fantastic information. I really do appreciate this. So when you say it takes quite a lot of time or a fair amount of time to review those cases that are determined to be not sustained, exonerated, or unfounded, you said that the P1 cases, you average 160 days to get those.
120 to 160.
120, 160.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Give me an estimate of the amount of time you spend doing the abbreviated review of the non-sustained, unfounded, or exonerated cases.
On the short end, I would say 45 days to
Okay.
look at those cases. And again, it's because they're managing a really high caseload. So
Understand.
you think about a caseload of 30 cases, they're going to expedite those, right? They're going to get them done in a week or 2. But when they're carrying a caseload of 80 to 100 cases, which most our LECs are carrying caseloads and some even larger than that, they're kind of triaging several cases at once. So on the short end, I'd say probably 45 days. There may be some that they can take a quick look at because the case itself is very simplistic and close it out in 4 days. But for the most part, I would say if you're looking at body worn camera footage, you're reviewing audio, you're reviewing transcripts, you're reviewing an IA report, which you guys know what an IA report looks like, 300 plus pages, it's going to take some time for them to get through it. What I did want to mention, and want to follow up with you, sir, on the question about to making sure that we're being thorough and respectful of our role in this process. In 2 years, we have not yet found one case, not one, where the agency's findings, when it comes to not sustained, exonerated, or unfounded, has been different when we've done a complete investigation from start to finish, because that's what we've been doing for 2 years. We have not abbreviated any of the process up till now. And the only reason we made the decision to do that is because we're not finding discrepancy. Now, there's a couple of caveats I want to mention for everyone to go, whoa, now we're just turning a blind eye. We're not. There's some things that will cause us to pull a case, even if it is in one of those categories. If we have an officer that we have multiple complaints against or has had a series of complaints, we will pull that and consolidate it and look at all of those cases in a thorough investigation. We have agencies that we've had to have multiple conversations with about reporting and about gaps in their internal affairs investigations. We may pull those cases. And what we've emboldened our staff to do is if they see something and it does not look right, even though it's not sustained, exonerated, unfounded, if the evidence and the findings are not adding up, there's something there, pull it. Do not just close that case, because there's going to be a case at some point, right, where there might be a discrepancy, or we might have a difference of opinion with the agency. Hopefully through our audits and through, empowering our staff to make sure that they're not just following a rote plan, even when the smell test doesn't work, then they know they need to pull that case and take a closer look. So those are the safeguards that we've put in place at this point.
I just follow up, 45 days, I know how long it takes to review an IA. You're talking several hours, couple hours at best. So every single one of those, some 9,000 cases, right, is a couple of hours of staff time to reduce it, ultimately determine that they were in fact not sustained, exonerated, or unfounded. And I think that the fact that you've not found a case that you had to, in essence, overturn or dispute with an agency is probative. And when it comes to managing resources and balancing competing interests, it seems like there's a lot of room there to find a way to more expedite that process, given the workload is created for post as well as law enforcement agencies and the relatively small risk that appears to be materializing with regard to the reviews. Because I think that if we could find some way that then the agencies and post is focusing on those cases that really warrant our attention. Thank you.
Let's talk. I have one other question on the public complaints. What's your opinion? Why do you think those are going up? If I heard you correctly on that.
Yeah, I can only surmise they're going up because it's more well-known now.
Okay.
That Post is accepting public complaints and it's
Okay.
the medium for them to
Okay.
get something in. So a lot of times what we're seeing, at least when I review public complaints, is if they've submitted a complaint to an agency and they're not happy with the result, then they'll submit through Post.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Which, hold on, which then you send back to us.
Yes.
So we've already done the work. You've already looked at it, then we have to do the work again. That's another example of an area that we could probably spend some time finding better uses of resources.
If you've already done the work and there's already a report in there, then we will report back to the complainant that, hey, we've reviewed the case. We won't send it to you if you've already done the work.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. So we're not sending it to you twice, I promise. If we have, it's a mistake. Okay.
And also, if I just may, if a report comes in, a public complaint comes in and there's no allegation of serious misconduct, we close those. We don't send those to the agency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Yes. Any other questions on the statistics that are on the screen? All right. Next slide. So this is just what it says. These are cases with sustained agency findings that Post did not move forward with, and the reasons we didn't move forward is up there. Either not serious misconduct, not clear and convincing evidence, or it's non-actionable based on the dates. Next slide. Disciplinary action statistics forward with so far. Next slide. Slide here, I'll point out that the number of notice of intent letters sent of 41 differs from the misconduct allegations of on duty and off duty. And that is because the way they were tallied was if an officer, say for instance, gets arrested, so acts that violate the law, gets submitted to Post, and it's an off-duty incident, it will get tagged as off-duty. But then in the internal affairs investigation, if they lie, it's a separate allegation and they consider that on duty. So that's why the discrepancy in the numbers. Next slide. These are decertification cases before the board. 15 of them so far. Next slide. Before the commission. Commission will hear 5 more. I've already heard 10. Next slide. Decisions and outcomes. The board has reached a different determination than division 3 times. Next slide. Certification actions based on felony convictions, 1029s.
I think we have a question for Mr. Gamboa.
Yeah, Gamble, thank you. I have a question about the letters. What's the threshold or the standards to send these letters out? Often at time I hear, hey, did you get that letter from Post about a disciplinary action or intent to revoke? What's the standard to send those letters out? And,
So-
and what are in those letters?
So which letter? The notice of intent to revoke?
Yes.
So the notice of intent to revoke won't go out until we've had multiple reviews at Post and we're moving forward. Excuse me. A case is going to move forward to the board. So prior to it moving forward to the board, the notice of intent to revoke gets sent out and the officer has 30 days in which to appeal.
Is there a letter before that are there letters that doesn't have that 30-day timeframe where like, hey, we understand or we're investigating this kind of intent letter as opposed to you have 30 days to respond? Are there two different letters?
Yeah, so we'll have a notice of investigation that we'll send out to the officer, and oftentimes we'll try and contact the officer to get their information as well. But that letter will go out if we're starting an investigation.
Sooner or later, they'll get the other one that says you've got 30 days, I would imagine.
Correct, if it moves to that point. Because oftentimes we'll send out a letter, excuse me, a notice of investigation, and it won't move forward because we can't reach that clear and convincing evidence level.
I appreciate that clarity because we hear it all the time. It's when did those letters go out? So thank you.
Salazar question. I think it's maybe 2 slides ago, but in the instances where the board differed from the division recommendation, how did they differ?
The board recommended revocation and the commission did not.
Did you want to know the difference between the division's recommendation and the board's recommendation, or the board and commission?
Board, I think it was 2 slides ago, maybe
Yeah.
go back. I think it said division and
So there,
board.
yeah, so there's a couple of things. That one that has the spreadsheet of the different columns. Sorry, Trey and folks are trying to read my mind. That one has division recommendation, board recommendation, and commission recommendation. And oftentimes now, when the division's recommending something, we're recommending revocation or suspension. We're not making a determination between revocation or suspension, because that's really up to the bodies to determine that. So we're saying, hey, this case, we believe that if we go to an evidentiary hearing, we're going to be able to prove by clear and convincing evidence that this officer is guilty of serious misconduct. Now, the penalty is kind of up to you guys. Whatever penalty board you think is appropriate or commission you think is appropriate. There's more of a discrepancy between the board's recommendation and the commission's recommendation, but I think we need to put some caveats around that because the board only has those 2 choices, to either suspend or to revoke, and it's just a recommendation. The commission, as you folks have probably seen, have kind of gone into some of these settlement agreements where there may or may not be a term of suspension. Usually there has probably been a suspension of the officer's time in law enforcement, but they've kind of served that time because they've been out of the field, either going through rehabilitation or trying to become clean so they could re-enter the field. And there'll just be a settlement agreement. That's often where we see some of the discrepancy between the board and the commission. There have been 2 occasions where the board recommended revocation and the commission did not recommend a term of discipline at all. They didn't believe the case warranted serious misconduct.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no. Next slide, please. Again, and these are our total revocations to date. Are there any additional?
Salazar, do you have a question? So you mentioned earlier with regards to staffing. Can you just provide maybe an update on where you are with post-staffing as regards particularly with post-ed?
Yes, sir. We are still down about 20 LEC positions. So there's 20 vacant law enforcement consultant positions right now, full-time permanent. We do have a number of retired annuitants that are kind of serving in that capacity, albeit they can't work 40 hours a week for a full year because they're limited by the number of hours. So we're trying to supplement our workforce. We're actively recruiting for full-time permanent law enforcement consultant positions. We've made some strides in terms of filling positions for our analyst positions. So right now, I think we only have 1 vacancy for our analyst positions in our investigative unit. And that helps tremendously, but it's still, again, a challenge to recruit and retain full-time permanent law enforcement consultants. I think there's 31 total positions for LECs in POSAD in the division side, and we have a 20-seat vacancy right now. I think the last count I saw, we have either 17 or 19 RAs, retired annuitants. Manny, do you have that number off the top of your head?
I
do not. Tom
Okay.
might, but I do not.
I
know
think it's
Tom
either,
has
I
a
can get it for
presentation.
you today, but I think we're somewhere around 17, 19 RAs. And again, that's more of it is a temporary workforce, right? They're there, they, like I said, have some limited limitations in terms of the number of hours they can work. So when we get to the end of their year, we sometimes have to have them take time off so they don't violate the rules of their temporary assignment. So obviously we are, trying to work as hard as we can, as diligently as we can to recruit full-time permanent folks.
Can I ask a question on that? With
Sure,
regard to
Rodney.
retired annuitants, I know the retired annuitants that we're using at the county level, we're getting pushback from CalPERS.
Right.
Are you experiencing similar pushback?
Not at this point, because they understand the challenges we face and the almost insurmountable workload we have. So we have not gotten pushback from CalPERS. We've actually been pretty successful on getting exemptions. So, they have to wait 6
Yeah.
months after they retire in order to come in as a RA. And we've submitted several exemptions for that so we could bring folks in sooner. And thankfully, they've been working with us and granting those exemptions. I just think they understand that at this point, it's really the only way we're going to be able to do the work we've been mandated to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any additional questions from the committee on this item? All right, seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Okay, at this time, I will call upon Bureau Chief Carrie Holler from the Basic Training Bureau, who will provide a report on the status of limited peace officer functions and the PC 832 course update workshops.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the commission meeting in September 2024, Chief Legal Counsel Toby Darden and I spoke about Commission Regulation 1005, which is the minimum standards of training and for the current PC 832 courses. Everyone at that meeting agreed that the current 64-hour course, so it's 40 hours arrest and 24 hours firearms, wasn't sufficient and, hours needed to be added. So we held 2 workshops, one in January and one in February. We had 14 different stakeholders and subject matter experts representing the commission, Cal Chiefs, Cal Sheriffs, probation, BSCC, CDCR, and then a couple from our PC 832 presenters. In the workshop, our focus was to look at limited peace officers and what their job duties and training requirements should be. So that group came up with a couple of the following concepts. For any position that requires the performance of general law enforcement duties, the completion of a regular basic course, also known as the academy, would be required. When it came to the PC 832 introductory course, the group's thought was to create 2 different levels of this course. The group went over what the course content should look like in those 2 different levels. So the first level, which we are going to title PC 832 Arrest Basic Introductory Course, is aimed at a correctional officer, probation officer, coroner deputy, jail deputies, code enforcement, security guards, and similar type positions. In reviewing the content, the group really was split in multiple topics. However, there was agreement in some of the content to be added. It would be added to the course. How many hours? We didn't go over that in this. This was just to get a concept of what should be added. Then we would separate out the firearms component of the course for those positions who require them to be armed. They did go over several learning needs and objectives, and they were proposing some additions to be added. The group was more consistent with their thinking on the firearms portion. Then there was discussions on the required testing. This would add current hours to the current course, which is the 24-hour course. The second level would be a course for limited peace officers, which will include more of the content than the course I just spoke about, but less than a regular basic course or academy. The course would be for those limited peace officers such as park rangers, airport security, harbor patrol, et cetera, who would have to fall under the control of a post-participating agency. With this classification, the group also would like them to be required to do either some form of CPT training or annual training. I'm going to turn it over to Toby at this time for some of the legal sides to the questions before we go to your questions.
Hello and good morning, advisory board members. Toby Darden, I'm Chief Legal Counsel. This is something that we've been working on, struggling with for a number of months, and it's probably going to go on for some time in order to try to sort it all out. One of the questions that came up was, can Post legally have multiple 832 type courses? Because I think all of us that have been in law enforcement for any period of time, I probably took 832 in 1977. I should tell you how old I am. And it was 40 hours, and it's still 40 hours today. So one of the questions is, can we? Because I think people are not used to the idea of having multiple 832 courses. And I think the answer to that is yes, we can. And that's because right in 832, what it says is every person described as a peace officer in this chapter of the Penal Code, it's chapter 4.5 for those who aren't penal code nerds like I am. And that starts out with section 830.1, which we know, and 830.2 and 830.3 and 0.31 and 0.33, et cetera. So there are, as you may know, if you've perused it, hundreds of different classifications of peace officer that have been created in California. But under Penal Code 832, we can create an introductory course for each person described as a peace officer in the chapter. Now, are we going to have hundreds of courses? No, we're not. But the idea that we're coming up with is that I think everybody agrees, and everybody agreed, I think, in the workshops held over 6 days, that the current 40 hours is insufficient, regardless of how you're using that 832 course. And keep in mind that in the Penal Code, there are a number of folks that are specified by the legislature that they have to take 832 as an introductory course that aren't peace officers. They may be public officers. They may be, in various classifications. And then, of course, on top of that, we have post-participating agencies, and we have regulations that we can layer on top of the post-participating agencies. So one of the ideas that came up is, okay, everybody agrees 832 needs to be expanded. What is that going to look like? What's the sort of basic level of training that anyone taking this course would need to have? But then the next question is, well, are we at Post basically going to say that we're going to create a limited 832 course that basically gives RBC powers to those folks who are not in a post-participating agency? And that's something that I think everybody has agreed we don't think is a good idea. And so where we've come out is, if you're not affiliated with the post-participating agency, but you've got a standalone police department that works, for example, Harbor Patrol. And so the idea is that they are under the appointing penal code statute. They are enforcing law and responding to all calls. And, some of them that we found have only 832, but they've got, long guns and handguns and less lethal and code 3 police cars and all that stuff. And I think the conclusion that we've come to is, if you're acting, as Carrie said, if you're acting basically as a standalone police agency from the Post perspective, that would require the RBC. The next layer, though, is for those police agencies that are within the Post program. Is there some possibility this idea has been floated? Obviously, it would have to be approved by the commission, but the idea has been floated that perhaps if you have, as Carrie had said, within a police or sheriff's department, park rangers or airport or harbor patrol or whatever that is being supervised by an RBC agency, then perhaps by regulation we can prescribe that under the supervision of that RBC agency, they might be able to have individuals in those classifications that have more limited duties and functions, but again, are being supervised by the RBC agency. So again, we've got a lot of work to go, but that's kind of where we are. So any questions?
Yeah, and so for tomorrow, it is on the consent item for their discussion. We want to get their feedback on if this is the right direction so that we could move forward and take steps, depending on what their direction is. But I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Sheriff Honey.
Thank you. I have two questions. So if I understand the recommendation, one is that there is a recognition that the current number of hours for 832 should be increased with additional subjects added to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the first question that I have is, and then on that, there is this idea or notion that you would essentially have two different kinds of 832 courses depending on the classification of the individual who was taking it. So jail deputies, for example, correctional officers, jail deputies would have one 832 program, and park rangers would have another 832 program. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so it's two different ones. So the concern that I have, and I recognize the need to enhance the training. I'm interested to know what you would propose to add to it. But the concern that I have, and I think this needs to be addressed, is that at least in Northern California, there is it's a really challenging to get 832 courses up. We oftentimes have to wait to send our jail deputies to 832 or get them in, our sheriff security officers, our community service officers, those kinds of folks we send there. And I find that the community colleges in the area have a hard enough time offering one 832 program. And now if you're going to have two separate 832 programs, I foresee a challenge in getting the requisite number of programs being offered so that we can meet the demand of the law enforcement agencies. And I'm also a little weary of the notion that you would end up taking the wrong 832 program for the classification you got. So for example, perhaps we hire somebody as a sheriff's security officer and they are supposed to go to one program, and then later on they promote to a correctional deputy. Now we have to send them back through that other program again. And I think that should be considered. The last thing I have is, what additional subject matters would you propose to add to the 832 program for the jail deputies in particular?
Yeah, so the group went through all of the training and testing specifications that are offered in the regular basic academy. And they went through all kinds. I will say they all agreed on adding certain components of use of force. There was mixed, there was kind of like a split between the groups on what they should add and what they shouldn't add. So if we would move forward, we would have to have more workshops to really go through that and look at those classifications to really determine what is needed and what is not. So.
Okay, I guess that's just within with, I think it's important to be thoughtful about having two different tracts, especially given the difficulty in offering those. And if there's a need to add additional course or instruction to those, if you add two different tracks, I see a challenge.
And the challenge you spoke about, we did have conversations about, and legal counsel are looking into how we can make it very clear on which course they would be required to take. But obviously it needs a lot more work and to look at all the different classifications, because there are a lot.
And you got to get the colleges to be able to offer them, right? Which is a whole nother situation. Yeah.
Tammy Morrell, CADA. I was just wondering if the group talked about maybe the concept similar to like a modular basic course. So, maybe mod 3, which is the lowest module, would be level 1, and then mod 2 and mod 1, or did they talk about that at all? So
they did. And we did provide them what a module 3 deputy or officer can do. The challenge is those that complete module 3 and module 2 have to be supervised. So it was a challenge. I know one of the groups took what was in all the different modules, and that helped them determine what they thought should be in this course. But
I was just thinking of, and this is the first I've heard of this, but if we kept the arrest course similar, and then the next module could add firearms or de-escalation or whatever else the group determines, and you get levels of 832 completion, much like levels of reserves, if you will.
It was one of the things that was discussed, and that is, if we are looking at going to a situation where you can have an RBC agency supervising a group of peace officers that have a lesser degree of training, Well, what if that training is less than the training that a level 2 reserve has to have, you know? And so there, in that circumstance, you could have, let's say a park ranger being supervised by an RBC agency that has less training than a level 2 reserve, but that's permitted by policy to go out and handle calls. But if there's a level 2 reserve officer right next to him, that officer cannot take action unless there's a full-fledged 830.1 peace officer right next to him. So these are some of the practical challenges that we have, you know, and keep in mind, I mean, the commission could decide, and if it wanted to, that the 832 course, the introductory training course required for all peace officers. Keep in mind, the law says you can exercise peace officer powers once you take it. Commission could say it requires the RBC. Now, I don't think we're going to do that. But it just gives you an idea of the kind of challenges that we face with all of these, you know, hundreds of different levels and types of peace officers throughout California.
Being a modular presenter, I feel like anything that comes out with 832 should be aligned with the modules, because that's exactly what came to my mind, is the reserve officer has one standard, an 832 officer has something completely different. They need to be aligned, in my opinion.
When you're absolutely right. So the PC 832 course has to be in the module 3 course. So the module 3 has more, but so anything we would change to this course would have to be implemented into module 3 also.
Brent Stocker, I have a question. How many departments be curious, how many, I know staffing is always an issue, but I wonder how many departments would, let's just say full-time training units, would be able to run their own 832 course?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we do have some agencies that run that course, but we do also have a lot of college presenters that run it also.
I was just thinking about that. I mean, if there was a way to implement that, that may be a solution to be able to implement 832 a little bit better. I know we do that in Fresno County. And so of course we have the modules as well. And I know that that's unique. I'm just curious, you know, how many more agencies would be able to take on an 832 course if possible?
Yeah, well, I have a comment. Thank you for providing clarity on so many things. In fact, these discussions answered a lot of my questions. I'm not sure if people really understand the complexity behind 832 and modular training, then the expectations of, you know, what are the general law enforcement duties for the different levels of reserves. It is totally complex. And sir, I come from that generation too, where I was trained under 832 and looking to get picked up by an agency. And then the standards changed to modulars 3, 2, and 1, which I agree with that transition, because the modulars 3, 2, and 1 are really the basic training academy in just a modular format. You know, I suggest that we look at that modular format a little bit more closer, because it sounds like that we're moving towards integrating or interleaving some of the topics or requirements from 832 into those modular academies. So comment, maybe question, how do you decide to interleave the 832 curriculum into the modular training? So Carrie, I heard you say 832 is primarily in modular 3, or is it throughout?
It's in module 3 because it is required. It's a legislatively mandated course in itself. So all the components of that course is in module 3.
And Brent, he just kind of talked about like who's qualified to be the presenters for 832. Is it more stringent in standards? Who like the old model, the agencies used to be able to do if you run a reserve program, they can do their own modular, I think it's A and B or something like that. Now it's relegated out to the colleges, like the sheriff was talking about.
No, we have both. And then we also have probation that can be a presenter of the course. So we do have several probation departments that do put on the PC 832 course. We have agencies that put it on, and we do have colleges.
And then the last thing, just for information, and please clarity wins. The TTS standards are different in the 832 courses than they are in the modular setting, right? Is that why it's two separate? It's almost the same curriculum in some way or form, right?
It's the same curriculum. It's just less of the curriculum. So the training and testing specifications, you have the regular basic course, which you have to cover all of them. Then it's broken down. So module 3, you'll have certain components of it. Module 2, you'll have other components. Module 1 and so on, and same with the PCA 32. It's still the components of the training and testing specifications. It's just not to that level.
And lastly, I know this is far reaching, but I'm really hoping that POST does some kind of study on the efficiency behind both curriculums and what are the impacts of that level of training. Is it really working? So anyway, thank you.
Okay, some good conversation. Any additional questions or comments on this item?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Director Alvarez.
So we had an internal meeting with one of our commissioners that sat on the subject matter expert group. And we are very, very far off. Not that that should give you a level of comfort, but it's going to take us a while to sort through this. I was hoping that it would be done by the end of this year. And I think I was in the minority in that room. They were looking at me going, no, this is 26, perhaps even 27. So we do want to be very thoughtful in how we do it. Some of the discussion, that we had during those workshops were such that if we add X number of hours, at some point, there's a tipping point. It's like, well, just send them to the academy if you're going to add 500 hours to PC 832. So that was a big topic of conversation. And then obviously some of what's driving some of this is that there are some law enforcement agencies that are being required to incorporate PC 832 trained peace officers into their department, or either by involuntarily or voluntarily. And the way the regulations read now is you're either RBC or not, or you can't participate in POST. You can obviously absorb one of those departments, but moving forward, it has to be everybody RBC. And we have had some comments that that's not going to work for some of the POST agencies that are being asked to absorb PC 832 department, so to speak. So just adds a significant level of complexity and why we're having discussion about multiple PC 832 courses. So just hopefully be patient with us. It's going to take us a while. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director. Okay, anything additional on this item? All right, thank you. I'm going to check in with our court reporter. We've been going a little over an hour. I had a note for a couple items. Quick break. All right, let's take a 10-minute break then. So it is 11:17. We'll be back at about 11:25. 27. Okay, welcome everybody back. We still got a lot of ground to cover, so we'll move on to our next item. At this time, I will call upon Legislative Liaison Megan Polis from the Office of Public Affairs in the Executive Office, who will provide a report on the RIPA Board 2025 Annual Report.
Good morning, almost afternoon. So today I'm going to be going over the post response to the recommendations that were outlined in the annual RIPA Board report. There were 5 recommendations made in total, which they're up there on the screen for you. I'm not going to read these recommendations in their entirety. I'll try to summarize them the best I can. But basically, this report has each recommendation listed out as stated in the RIPA report, and then our response, and then the analysis following our response. So the first recommendation is to basically evaluate the academic research in the course certification process for POST, and for POST to determine the quality and relevancy of the training to the job. It also states that POST should evaluate all courses not based on the total number of hours, but whether the training is effective in changing officer behavior or can support desired policy outcomes such as police reform or crime reduction. This is not a new request from the RIPA Board to POST. In the analysis below, they made a recommendation last year in their report in 2024 to measure course effectiveness for all post-racial and identity profiling courses. POST has deemed that there's no action required because there are lack of resources available, and that basically POST cannot measure or collect an individual officer's outcomes, nor have the means to. We feel that this should be done at the granular level. It should come from the agencies who employ these officers. They should be monitoring whether the effectiveness of the post-certified training individually. The second recommendation is to revise the process for evaluating law enforcement training in course certification and its quality assessment plans to include additional course criteria that incorporate training outcomes based on an officer's actions and behavior in the field. Again, POST, the response is no action required. It is outside the scope of work of POST. POST obviously does have a very intense course certification process and a quality assessment program, but those focus on the delivery of the training and the curriculum and not necessarily the outcomes, because again, those belong at the agency who employ those officers and should be really tracking to make sure that that the effectiveness of the training is upon the officer. The third recommendation is to formally evaluate learning domains 3 and 42 in the regular basic course. This is the principal policing and the cultural diversity discrimination learning domains. POST partially supports this. So LD3 is already tested throughout different learning domains in the regular basic course. So a comprehensive test specifically to 3 is already built in just in other learning domains. But we did agree that we could research perhaps a comprehensive test for LD 42. The fourth recommendation is to develop guidelines to assist law enforcement agencies in developing procedures to conduct adequate investigations into complaints alleging bias and guidelines that assist law enforcement agencies with aligning their policies. Post partially supports this based on Assembly Bill 443 that went into, well, it's not in quite effect yet. It doesn't go into effect till January 1 of 2026, but Post is already conducting workshops, including members from the RIPA board to start this process to develop guidelines. And then the last recommendation from the RIPA board is to issue guidance apprising officers and law enforcement agencies about the anti-retaliation and workplace protections afforded to an officer who files a complaint against a fellow officer or their agency, to provide protection for those officers who report serious misconduct. Post decided there's no action required as this topic is already sufficiently covered in the Labor Code section 1102.5. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? No questions, comments? Oh,
I have a quick question. Brent Stalker. What kind of statistical or how are we using the statistical data that is being gathered by vehicle stops?
From the Post perspective?
Yeah, from the Post perspective.
Post recommends in training, especially for the racial and identity profiling training, that agencies use that data as needed based on their agency.
Quick comment, Pacheco, CPOA. I don't know how the decision was made by Post to essentially tell the board, no, not in our lane is what I'm hearing, and that we either inadequate resources or it's already covered. So however that decision was made, I just want to say thank you. We spent about 30 minutes talking about the bureaucracy and things that were kind of put upon Post for investigations. This would have added a lot to that. So whoever's out there that made that decision, it's nice to hear that Post doesn't just hear recommendations and blindly jumps into those. So just for the record, it's gratitude on this end of the table.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. And let's see where we're at. Final item on the consent calendar is a report on the legislative updates. And again, Ms. Paulos, please proceed with that report.
Thank you. So the legislative session is pretty much just beginning. The last day to introduce any new language for this current session was February 21st. There's about 2,500 bills that we're all combing through right now. Some of you may have heard that the legislature was given a reduction in the number of bills that they could introduce this year. That's nice, but there's still 2,500 plus to look through. Post is currently tracking just a little over 70, and I assume that that will grow as we continue. Not all of them affect Post operations. I try my best to pick those that are affecting law enforcement as a whole. Maybe they would affect Post training or guidelines or something down the road. But then there are also bills that I track regarding state agencies that Post has to adhere to. So I'm not going to get crazy with 70 plus bills today. I do have a going list in the commission packet, and they are on the Post website as well. But I am going to go over a few that are probably ones you might have heard of or reoccurring from last year. And I'm happy to answer any questions at the end. So the first one, AB 400, this is the police canine bill. This bill obviously is not new to any of us, sponsored by Cal Chiefs. And basically it states that agencies with a canine program must follow or adopt policy based on the Post guidelines. So Post redid their canine guidelines, came out the end of last year. Pretty simple, straightforward bill. I hope it stays that way. The next bill, AB 572, this is a bill that was introduced last year and failed. It's on criminal procedure and interrogations. Basically, it's last year we deemed it as a second Miranda right to families of those who might have been killed by a police officer being notified prior to interviewing them. So that one's basically a new bill number, but the same topic. This one's a fun one. AED Grockow is a big fan of this one. AB 814. This is basically exempts law enforcement from personal income tax for the years of 2025 through 2030. We'll see how that one goes. AB 992, that one along with SB 385, these are two bills with an attempt to fix AB 89. The first bill, AB 992, so this bill is quite extensive. It has quite a lot of options as far as the education requirements that peace officers could meet to follow the law. And it amends Government Code 1031.5 and states that starting in 2031, so it extends that deadline that everybody is very concerned about, that basically an officer will have to meet one of these 6 criteria within 36 months of receiving their basic certificate. So gives us definitely a bigger timeline. In that list is an associate's degree from a community college, a bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university, at least 2 years of military experience, or at least 2 years of law enforcement experience from another state, the modern policing degree that we've all been working on, or a professional policing certificate. So these are all ors, not ands. So basically choose from those 6. If they meet that criteria, then they meet the education requirement. And the bill goes into further detail about academy credits and so forth. So I urge you to read that. That is, again, it's AB 992. So the other bill I mentioned, SB 385. This one's pretty basic. It changes our concern of an and to an or, and then extends the timeline and makes the requirement 36 months to receive either a modern policing degree or a bachelor's degree. So I am guessing that those bills will flesh each other out, and we'll see as we go through the session how those two end up. Another bill, AB 1013, this is current law on not required, but on training. Post is required to have training on behavioral health. This bill would mandate that training for supervisors and below. So aiming for patrol, but we'll see how that plays out, being that that will be very costly. So then really the last bill I want to talk about is AB 354. So if you look at this bill right now, you will see that it is in relation to looting. That is going to change. And this is a bill that Post is working with Assemblymember Rodriguez's office. As you probably all are aware, or mostly aware, back in August, the Department of Justice issued a letter to the agencies in California stating to basically not provide any sort of criminal history background information to Post when requested. And as you can imagine, that causes a lot of consternance for us as far as our background checks that we do, as well as the work that we're doing with Senate Bill 2. So this bill would be a fix to that. It would grant Post that access to the criminal history information without any issue. So, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, Warren, question. Hi, for 992. As a representative of the community colleges, we're freaking out. Everybody wants to do the right thing. You probably all don't know, but back in 2020, we all got all the criminal justice programs in the 116 community colleges got excoriated by our then chancellor, who's no longer with us, throwing criminal justice programs under the bus. So we all tried to figure out how are we going to improve? What are we going to do to make it better? And anyway, so the legislation then popped up. So as I read 992, it says of the options, the MPD and or a 15-unit certificate. Do you know more about the 15-unit certificate?
I'll pull up the bill.
It just indicates 15-unit from what I read. And there's 5 courses with taking those, which would be 3 units each.
Correct.
So the issue that we have is our certificates have to be 18 units or more for students to receive financial aid when they do the training, and or for us to get the apportionment from the state. I don't know if anybody's interested in making it an 18-unit certificate.
I think at this stage, because the bill's only been introduced and not heard in any sort of committee or any fashion, I mean, we have a long road before October. I think that that's worth noting and something that can definitely be addressed to the sponsors of the bill, and definitely I think that there's room for that conversation.
And or if it's something that we can add on our end, if it made the minimum maybe 15, but we can make it 18 if we wanted to, if that was a possibility, because certainly if there's so our plan or our idea was, or what we thought we were supposed to do in the community colleges is to be able to offer this training, the MPD or whatever it looked like, in advance of going to an academy. And a lot of us jumped on it. We wanted to be that. We wanted to be able to give back. And also it was redemption in a way, because a lot of our colleges lost their criminal justice programs because of all of the politics of this. So many of us went to our colleges and said, look, you guys can make this better. You can be part of the solution, and we're not the problem. So anyway, as you can imagine, there's a lot of confusion about how we can best serve in this capacity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's still room for that conversation and looking at how do we make this best fit for everyone? Because I know that there's the bigger concern from the law enforcement side is that the time that it takes to obtain any of this, to meet these requirements, and obviously the commitment that goes into the academy as well.
Yeah, so it traditionally takes someone to get through a community college about 3 years by the time they qualify for the math and the English and that sort of thing. So it's a 3-year process. I mean, some do it more, but averagely it's about 3 years for an AA degree. And the MPD is very heavy on a lot of the social science, liberal art courses, which it looks like those are also amended or adjusted, right? From what I read? Okay.
Yes.
So no Oriental African-American art or something?
Correct.
Okay. Because many of us didn't have those courses. That was the other problem. Is that we just don't teach those in our community colleges.
Ms. Morrell.
Kathy Morrell Cada, I support my fellow advisory members' concerns. This notion of a certificate is significantly less than the other requirements. And to me, it feels like a workaround. There were certain courses that someone didn't like, and so they put in a shorter version, maybe. But the whole financial aid issue, we're struggling anyway. There's all kinds of federal legislation regarding financial aid that has us nervous, especially in our academy courses, because our academy courses frequently go over legislative minimums. Mine does significantly. And if this federal law passes, then their financial aid is at risk. And so financial aid is a big deal in the community college system. And so hopefully when it gets to committee, these issues will be addressed.
Thank you, Tim.
Sheriff Honey.
2 issues. One is on the certificate versus the degree. Certainly can appreciate the desire to have a certificate and understand the concerns you have. I also think that there's value in the other approach, which allows multiple pathways. For example, an associate's degree in any discipline, or a bachelor's degree in any discipline, or prior military experience. I think that there's value in all of that, and I'd like to see that as approach. Turning now to the bill that would fix the Post's ability or fixed Post's ability to access CLETS data. And I'm going to ask the director, and if you, to the degree that you can, is that the only approach that DOJ is willing to entertain based on the conversations that you've had? Or is there any other mechanism or pathway that would allow Post to have access to CLETS-derived information?
I believe the answer is yes. That is the only pathway at this point with this legislation. We've worked collaboratively with them, and I see Toby coming up, and behind him is Bryant, that they've been in on weekly discussions with DOJ and the administration to get this fix. So I believe this is it, absent subpoena, which I think was addressed in the bulletin from August. And then also, and Toby, you can jump in here on the specifics, or Bryant, there's also some federal legislation that is being heard in Washington. So some of the Post agencies across the country require a background check, a criminal history check by Post in order to even go to an academy. A lot of those Post agencies have had taken away. Some of them have gotten back their terminals, their equivalent of a CLETS terminal, to run criminal history checks. There's federal legislation to allow that, bipartisan legislation that's going through the Senate that's sponsored or authored by both a Republican and a Democratic senator. That'll kind of fix it on the federal side. The state side will also help us in terms of just using, a terminal to check a DMV registration or a DL. So I believe that is the only solution we have at this point. Is that fair to say, Toby? Correct me if I'm wrong, and please do.
No, you had it exactly right. So there's two issues. The first is the ability to access the state data. The second is the ability to access the federal data. There is an interrelationship between the two, because CLETS, as you know, has the capability to also bring in the federal data in addition to the state data. But DOJ believes that it needs to be very careful and cognizant about the federal data, since that's all, as you know, pulled into the CLETS system. So as you know, and as we talked about after DOJ put out that bulletin, we obviously have a different interpretation of the law, and we did disagree with DOJ. But having said that, we have worked collaboratively with them now, and over the course of a number of months really came to an agreement with respect to language that is acceptable to Post and is acceptable to DOJ. Then that we can run through the legislature. We believe that will provide the additional clarity in both SB2 and some of the other statutes in the penal code that deal with CLETS and CORI and that kind of information. We are able to, the Post is able to access that data. So, so really that's the hope, is that we will get that in. We do have a proposed urgency provision if the legislature adopts it. So that would become effective immediately upon enactment by the legislature. But again, that's a separate issue from the federal, and the federal issue is the one that Manny talked about. So yeah, you got it exactly right, boss.
So as you know, I'm a member of the CLETS advisory board, and I had submitted a request that this item be agendized for our next meeting, which hasn't occurred yet since our last time. Do you see value in continuing to have that item on the agenda to brief the CLETS advisory board members, given the fact that you're moving towards a legislative fix?
I don't think it's necessary at this point, to be honest with you, Sheriff,
Okay.
just because it seems like it's moving forward. The language, the final version of the language we've all agreed to.
Okay.
It's extensive. There's probably 5-6 different drafts of what it would look like. It's ready to go. Obviously, an assembly member has agreed to take it on. So I think it's going to move forward. I think we're okay. Yeah.
Good. Who's carrying the bill?
Michelle Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
She's a former commissioner on Post, just as an FYI. So she's agreed to carry it. So it's a positive.
And I will talk to CSSA's legislative folks about pushing that forward too. So, yeah.
Mr. Gamboa.
Yep, Gamble, I have thank you for your time. This is probably going to spark some challenging conversations. President Trump has made some kind of executive order to remove DEI type curriculum out of colleges. Does that impact a modern policing degree or anything that's associated to SB 89?
Not in this bill, no. Yeah, there's quite a lot of bills out there that are covering a number of federal issues, immigration, DEI, a lot of different things. So it'll really just depend on what comes out of that.
Standby to standby, we're still waiting.
Correct. Yeah.
All right.
And so I'll just comment to Ms. Oborn's comments regarding the 15 versus 18 units. Cal Chiefs is sponsoring AB 992, and so I will share that information as well, as there is time to look at potential amendments. But I also do support the idea of multiple pathways in offering people an opportunity to meet this requirement and still assist with our recruitment and retention. So, but I will share that information as well. Okay, anything else on the report or questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our next item is an overview of contracts requiring approval by the Commission for fiscal year 25-26. At this time, I will call upon Assistant Executive Director Tom Osborne and Bureau Chief Cheryl Smith, Administrative Services Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, committee members, Tom Osborne. I wanted to quickly take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the 24-25 Budget Act and its impact to post. And we'll talk a little bit about 25 and 26 on the Jan 10 most recent budget. So regarding the 24-25 Budget Act, there was two distinct areas within that Budget Act that the Department of Finance promulgated to all state agencies. Those are, number one, Control Section 4.12. I know you all know what that is, but that is regarding vacant positions. And then Control Section 4.05, which is basically operational reductions in budgets. So last July, 2 letters were sent in July and then later in August that basically gave guidance direction to all state agencies how to accomplish these goals. First, I'll talk about CS 4.12 or the vacancy exercise. So basically each state agency was to identify and look at all vacancies with the lens of what positions could you eliminate from your operating budget overall. The goal for the state was approximately 10,000 positions, looking for an annualized savings of $1.5 billion. That's kind of their goal. So post at that time, we examined every vacant position and identified positions for which we could present to Department of Finance to eliminate without impacting operations. Went through that exercise, submitted all of those positions to Department of Finance. We're still waiting on finalization of that. What I can say is all those positions that we identified, it's less than 10, so it's not like 50 to put it in perspective. Those are all coming from the traditional side of post. So SB2 related, the caseload we just talked about, none of those vacant positions that we currently see are impacting that whatsoever. We are able to get exemptions for those. So they recognize that we still need some help there. So more to follow relative to that. On the 4.05 side, the operational reduction, each state agency was to provide roughly 7.95% reduction in their overall operating budget. They were looking at it in the lens of what efficiencies could you put in place to reduce your overall operating budget. Post examined everything that we do, looked under the hood. How can we shave off money without impacting training and reimbursements? Happy to report that we've been able to do that and identify those areas that we can reduce without any impact to the field or training reimbursement. So it was a tall order by our finance staff and all of everybody at Post to kind of take a lens and contributing to the state like everybody else did in our state. Regarding the vacancies I talked about, so as of the end of February, Post is running at about a 20% vacancy rate. That equates to about 52 positions, and with 28 of those on the post-ad side, so the SB2. We made reference earlier of we're a little bit of a stopgap measure of putting RAs in place to help close the gap, but that's just kind of some numbers there, and the other numbers are kind of sprinkled throughout the division. So overall, With, you know, the increase of 114 to 163 PYs in a short timeframe, we're doing very, very well on the hiring front, but we still have a long ways to go. Any questions on 24, 25 numbers? Hearing none, just kind of quickly talking about what Jan 10 budget looks like. We received a $2.7 million reduction at the very start in that budget year. And, you know, when we saw that, we certainly are comfortable in that the things that we identified, what we're going to do in 24 and 25 are going to translate over into 25 or 25, 26. That basically means, you know, our salary savings that will inevitably help us close that gap, as well as some other operational areas where we have certainly seen training reimbursements have been, the past 2 years have been a little bit lower as a result of our learning portal coming online and more classes being offered online. We've seen some efficiencies in that regard. So more to follow. Jan 10, you know, or May revise will come. So we'll report out after what May revise looked like when it all dust truly settles, and we'll report at that time. So any questions for me? Excellent. I'll turn it over to Bureau Chief Smith.
Good morning. Chair Salazar, committee members. I'm just going to do an overview of the proposed contracts for next fiscal year for 25-26. On the agenda, first off, we have the Basic Academy Emergency Vehicle Operations course. This is the course that's offered during the Basic Academy for driver training. The program total is 4.2375. Does anybody want me to stop and ask if you have questions on each program, or you want me to just zip through them? All right.
Like zip.
Zip. All right. Next, we have the learning portal maintenance. Post contracts with the vendor to provide learning management system, the LMS solutions for the learning portal. The LMS is a software as a service subscription, includes hosting of courses and training videos, technical support, training for post staff, and addressing technical usability issues. We're looking for 2.789 million, and it will cover from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2027. Next, we have the development and maintenance of online courses for the Post Learning Portal. Post produces courses for the Learning Portal on a variety of topics that provide continued professional training hours for law enforcement personnel, as well as meet legislatively mandated training requirements. To accomplish this, Post is contracted with qualified vendors to assist in the development of this training. And we're looking for $500,000 to be expensed over 2 years. Next is the CSU Long Beach, the force options use of force de-escalation training. This contract will allow CSU Long Beach to continue to present up to 24 3-hour use of force de-escalation train the trainer courses. This 3-day course satisfies the training requirements of the California Penal Code Section 13519.10 or Senate Bill 230 for use of force and de-escalation. And Post is recommending entering into a contract in an amount not to exceed $651,528.90. Next, in training program services, we have the supervisory course. This is a mandated 80-hour course to be completed within 12 months of promotion or appointment to first level supervisory position. We're looking to enter into a contract for the program total of a little over $1.66 million. Next is management course. The 104-hour mandated course is designed to assist supervisors transitioning to middle managers and must be completed within 12 months of promoting or being appointed to middle management position. And we're asking to enter a contract for 1.854, a little bit over $1 million. Next is the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute, or SLI. This program is designed to stimulate personal growth, leadership, and ethical decision-making in California law enforcement frontline supervisors. Post is recommending to enter into a contract not to exceed $1.854 million. Next is Command College. Command College is the master's level program lasting 14 months designed to prepare law enforcement leaders for challenges of the future. This program focuses on futures forecasting and innovation. And Post recommends entry into contract for $484,000. Next is the Institute of Criminal Investigations, ICI. This program goal is to produce a highly trained and competitive criminal investigators who can meet the investigative challenges of the future. Post recommends that we enter into a contract not to exceed $5.5 million, a little over. Next is IDI, Instructor Development Institute. Purpose is to provide multi-level, multi-track program to develop professionalism in the delivery of law enforcement instruction. Post recommends entry into a contract with multiple presenters not to exceed $663,130.90. Next is the Executive Development Course, or EDC. EDC addresses a broad range of contemporary topics, issues, and trends relevant to law enforcement executives. Completion of the EDC is a requirement for a department head to receive their post-executive certificate. Post staff recommends entry into a contract for $373,929.80. Next is the Museum of Tolerance. Post continues to partner with the Simon Wiesenthal Museum of Tolerance to offer a variety of tools for tolerance programs designed for all levels of law enforcement personnel. Post staff recommends entry into contract for $1.556 million. Next is the Quality Assessment Program, the QAP. QAP measures law enforcement instructors and course quality, evaluates instructors' use of adult learning methods and techniques, reviews course documentation, measures learning validation, ensures the quality of post-certified training courses. Post recommends entry into contract in amount not to exceed $698,223.63. Next, we have the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division and the equipment, software, and data storage for Mark 43. Post staff recommends entry into contract in amount not to exceed $1.4 million. And last but not least, Administrative Services Bureau is asking to enter into contract with State Controller's Office to do audits in accordance with Commission regulation. Post has annually negotiated an interagency agreement with State Controller's Office to conduct up to 13 audits a year on selected local agencies and presenters that receive post reimbursements. Post staff recommends entering into contract for $500,000 to be expensed over 2 years. Does anybody have questions in regards to the programs requiring commission approval for contracts?
Questions or comments from any of the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for that report. Okay, it is it's 12:07. It appears that lunch is here. So we're going to break for 30 minutes for lunch. And then we've still got a number of items to get through. So we'll take a 30-minute lunch break, and then we'll be back to finish with our agenda and the awards review. So we will convene at, let's go with 12:40. Okay, welcome back. We're going to call this meeting back to order and move on with our list of presentations here.
Whatever.
So I'm going to move on to item D1, which is a report on amendments to Commission Regulations 1005, 1007, 1008, and 1059, Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities. At this time, I call upon Staff Services Manager Anita Finner from the Basic Training Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, advisory members. Post-staff facilitated discussion with Academy directors and coordinators regarding the need to update the 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities version 1 publication. It was agreed it was necessary to update the outdated publication. In 2024, Basic Training Bureau staff hosted 2 workshops to review and revise the existing 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities publication for basic courses. Subject matter experts representing 10 academies participated. During the workshops, the subject matter experts proposed to repeal the 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities version 1.0 due to outdated content, which is attachment A. Therefore, creating the proposed 2025 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities version 2.0, which is attachment B. Attachment C reflects 15 existing training and testing specifications that reference the 2005 Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities, as they all have been updated to show the 2025 proposed publication title and publication date. These training and testing specifications also have some proposed restructuring. The required test specifications were moved to follow the required learning activities, as there has been some confusion from presenters across the state as to the order of presenting the content. Basic Training Bureau staff wanted to ensure students were receiving all required training to include all required learning activities prior to any testing. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
This was an item pulled by the committee. Are there any questions or comments related to this presentation? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, our next item is item D2, which is a report on amendments to Commission Regulations 1005, 1007, 1008, and 1059, training and testing specifications for peace officer basic courses, LD 32 lifetime fitness. And we still have Staff Services Manager Anita Finner. I'm here to present this item.
Thank you, sir. During the November 2024, commission meeting, the commission directed post staff to remove the body composition measurement from the existing learning domain LD 32 lifetime fitness training and testing specifications as a required learning activity in section 6G. In reference to attachment A, page 32-7, post staff is presenting the removal of the learning activity. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions? Sheriff O'Neill.
So you're just going to take something out.
That was a direction of commission, sir, yes.
Okay. I'll make a comment. I think the lifetime fitness part of the academy doesn't in fact promote lifetime fitness among peace officers, because we see a whole host of peace officers that once they get out of the academy, they actually stop engaging in fitness and wellness activities, which I think is a significant detriment to them and the profession. With that in mind, maybe finding a way to instill in individuals the necessity of that would be a worthwhile endeavor.
Any additional questions from the committee? Yes, Chief Pontus.
City Ponce. So the body composition is just the body fat measurements? Is that the thing that they're removing? So I understand.
Sorry, ma'am. It's a required learning activity in our existing regular basic course in Module 1 basic course. It's been in place since January 1st of 2012. It's the direction of the commission that it be removed.
Tammy Morel-Kata, just for clarification, this came about because at the last post-commission meeting, the modular academies met a subject matter expert group on this learning domain. And we wanted to include this required learning activity in module 2 of the academy, which is earlier than it is typically required now. And the learning activity incorporated body composition, sit-ups, push-ups, and a 1.5 mile run. And the commission took umbrage at the body composition measurement. So we pulled it at the last meeting for the test course, the ones that we're testing now. And then they also gave the direction to remove it at this meeting. So that's where this is all coming from. Came from a change in LD 32.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions, comments? Okay, thank you for that report and thank you for the clarification on the background, Tammy. Okay, our next presentation is item E1, which is an appeal to the commission regarding the denial of a private presenter, Jaquel Pitts. At this time, I call upon attorney for Bryant Henley from the Legal Affairs Bureau, who will provide a brief report on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Good afternoon. Just a table set for a moment. This is an appeal that will be heard tomorrow by the commission. And so I'm going to keep my presentation very high level and really just about the procedure. Mr. Pitts, who is the appellant, is here today. So I'm going to leave it at that level and preserve the discussion about the merits to tomorrow. But at a high level, as I know this committee knows well, we have a very comprehensive process for reviewing courses for certification for a post-certified course. And we have also a procedure whereby when an individual submits a request to present one or more certified courses as a course presenter, there is a process whereby post staff review that request, make determinations using the regulatory process, including Regulation 1052, to evaluate various factors to determine whether a course should or should not be permitted to proceed as a post-certified course. In this case, we have an individual who submitted a request to make 2 courses to present, not only to serve as a presenter, but also as an instructor and to in-house teach 2 courses, one on use of force and one on strategic communications. Post staff, after reviewing that application, denied that request. And as is permitted by the regulations, our procedure, Regulation 1058, that process allowed the applicant to then appeal to the Assistant Executive Director, Mr. Grotkow, who also denied the request. In turn, there was an appeal to the Executive Director, Mr. Alvarez, who also denied the appeal. And by way of regulation, the process now dictates that the commission will hear the appeal at the request of Mr. Pitts. And again, that will occur tomorrow. And with that very high-level overview, I'm happy to answer any questions of this committee if there are any.
Questions or comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you for the presentation. We will now move on to item F2, which is a report on peace officer revocations based on felony convictions. This time I'll call upon Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler from the Certification Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
Good afternoon again. I think there should be some thing to put up. Sure, that's the right one. Yes, so this is a list that we are providing to the commission to review and approve with regard to peace officers who have been not only deemed ineligible to be peace officers based on a felony conviction identified in Government Code Section 1029. These are the peace officers who've been convicted since January 1st, 2022, whom we can take action to revoke their certification for our new members. This is also an item that in November, the commission voted for us to move forward to have an amendment to our commission regulations to where the authority for this revocation would be delegated to the executive director. That is still moving through the rulemaking process. So that's why this is being presented here in March. And we will probably be doing it again in June for those cases that are still being processed while the rulemaking process goes through. Not sure if there are any questions on this list. It was also agendized.
Questions or comments from the committee?
A question, Brent Stocker, you may be answering this, so I don't want to jump ahead.
That's okay.
On this list, do we have anybody that is challenging this?
Not to my knowledge, we have not received any challenges. Toby may be able to better answer that. No, yeah,
Not to this list.
not to this list, the revocation list, no.
We have had challenges, but not to this list. I'm sorry, Manny Alvarez. We've had challenges, but not to this specific list.
Additional questions, comments? Okay, thank you for that report. Next item will be item F3, which is a report on proposed adoption of Commission Regulation 1216 disciplinary guidelines. This time I call upon Assistant Executive Director Anne-Marie Del Manayo from the Executive Office and Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler from the Certification Bureau, who will provide a report on this item.
So this item, we are proposing for the commission to adopt regulation number 1216, post-disciplinary guidelines for factors for consideration of penalty related to peace officer certification actions. And then we would adopt our disciplinary guidelines and have them incorporated by reference. The disciplinary guidelines are sort of a framework or guidelines for not only the board and the commission to use when reviewing cases of peace officer misconduct, but also for the administrative law judges when these cases move beyond the commission and go forward to an evidentiary hearing before the Office of Administrative Hearings or an administrative law judge, so that they have parameters or minimum parameters that the commissioners are setting for them in determining, one, whether or not serious misconduct did occur, and what sorts of disciplinary actions they might recommend, and to try to keep them within the framework of what the commission is looking for. Because without these, the ALJs don't have any guidance, right? And they could come up with a determination that is outside of what the commission would like to see. So this set of disciplinary guidelines that is currently before the commission is a product of work with a subcommittee of the commissioners. It was Commissioner Gordon and Commissioner Brazil, post staff, as well as some feedback from the DOJ. Just going to start. I don't know if you've had a chance to review them, if you have any questions. Yes, sir.
Honey, so I can see the value of having guidelines and, you know, the kinds of disciplinary actions that could be imposed based on those guidelines. I do think it's important, though, that the bodies making the decision have the opportunity to take into effect or take into account mitigating circumstances and aggravating circumstances for that matter, and not be somehow rigidly tied to a set of guidelines, because rigid adherence to guidelines can result in absurd outcomes from time to time.
Yeah, so these are guidelines, right? Something that they can review and use kind of as a foundational framework for making their determinations. We do also have Commission Regulation 1213, which are additional factors to be considered when determining whether suspension or revocation are appropriate. And those include the various mitigating or aggravating circumstances that should be taken in consideration. Those are also not explicitly spelled out in here, but referred to in this document of disciplinary guidelines. We provide examples within each. So we've broken down, we have an introductory piece, but we've also broken down by the 9 categories of serious misconduct and provided some examples of cases where there may be some additional circumstances to be considered. For instance, with dishonesty, there's a reference to the Brady list, potential for whether or not an officer's dishonesty could affect the outcome of future criminal cases, things like that, sexual assault what circumstances they might want to consider. We also have, excuse me, standard and optional considerations for the commission as well as the administrative law judges to take into consideration. And they're certainly not bound to these. They are options. The optional ones are options. The standard ones would be up to the commission to decide which ones would apply to the different categories of misconduct. If they choose to do so at all, they could just reference the standard, excuse me, the standard options.
Quick question, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no.
Quick question, Pacheco, CPOA. This is at the state level. I understand their guidelines. One thing I think agencies have struggled with in the past is like discipline for previous cases. So I don't know if I'm going to mess up the vernacular here, but if the division has put any thought into, as this thing scales moving 10, 15 years from now, if there are cases, even by name or not name, of similar type of violations, and what was given by the commission at that time. People change, but the discipline should stay standard to some degree. If there's been any thought or work into some kind of data
so
set.
This will definitely be a living document, and it will evolve as the cases we see evolve, the determinations by the commission evolve. This document will evolve as well to match that. And again, in our Commission Regulation 1213, the factors for consideration, we do also set forward in there that they should take into consideration similar outcomes in similar circumstances. And that's also in here as well.
A couple things I want to add. Okay.
I'll wait till you're done.
Okay. A couple of things I wanted to add just for an awareness. So Michelle covered everything beautifully. I think there's just a few items that I think just close attention to. And that is that this is about imposition of discipline. 1213 factors are really twofold. We use them in how we review and investigate our cases. And then we also consider them in what level of discipline may be appropriate based on the mitigating and aggravating factors. This really is guidance to the ALJs. If you think about it, this is the first time in the history of policing there's been in California a measure by which these cases would go before an administrative law judge in a licensing fashion to take administrative discipline. So they're going to need some guidance on the expectations of this profession, the uniqueness of the responsibilities that are invested in a peace officer, and expectations of what they should do, what judgment they should be, applying to any given situation. So they need this guidance. If we were to not have disciplinary guidelines, you are basically asking a group of individuals who are not familiar with the practice of policing, if you will, the ins and outs of the demands placed on a peace officer, to make decisions about the degree of discipline that would be appropriate based on the case factors. This is our opportunity to provide them some guidance. You all know this, but they don't. The other thing I want to point out is there's really two options available to the board and commission: suspension or revocation. However, there are instances where, and we've seen this already with the commission, where the term of suspension may include time served, but with some monitoring, some probationary monitoring. And that's where Michelle talked about those optional disciplinary guideline provisions. This gives us an opportunity to perhaps very safely and responsibly return peace officers to the profession if they need a short period of time to rehabilitate from a substance abuse issue, perhaps, or maybe another issue where they can actually effectively rehabilitate and return to the profession. This is the only profession I'm aware of in the state of California where once you're revoked, there is no opportunity to come back. There is no reinstatement. So it's responsible for us to consider those things where a temporary perhaps removal from the profession may be the appropriate course of action, as opposed to a permanent ban for this person to ever serve as a peace officer in California or anywhere else in the country. So I want you to consider the nature of this document as a guidance document. There's also the level of consistency that will be applied. In my experience doing licensing and enforcement, there are going to be precedent cases as well that kind of set the tone for how the state of California should view issues where there was a significant risk to the public welfare, and they will determine a case to be a precedent case. That happens in administrative law as well. So those things will help guide the commission as we move forward. And of course, as Michelle said, this will evolve. This document will continue to evolve as we see those case factors before us.
Salazar, I completely agree with you on that matter. I just had a couple questions with regards to, when you talk about probationary monitoring, who is it that conducts the probationary monitoring? And then do you have, of the cases that the commission has heard so far, how many have resulted in some, or like what percentage or how many have resulted in probationary monitoring?
Good question. I don't have the actual stat in front of me, but primarily the majority of our DUI cases have resulted in a conditional license with probation monitoring. We're going to hear 2 tomorrow, and we'll just see how those, play out in front of the commission. It's not to say that every substance abuse case should result in some term of probation. There are going to be those instances where you have the facts warrant something more stringent than that. We've got multiple cases. We've got injuries to the public. We've got someone who perhaps has already gone through a term of sobriety with their department and been under some form of monitoring and then reoffends, right? So right now, primarily all of the DUI cases have resulted in some form of a conditional license with probation monitoring. We have LECs that will do our probation monitoring internally. It's not a huge workload. We have a contract. We're about to finalize our contract with a vendor who does the actual biological fluid testing, where they're on a testing program, and it's they don't know when they're going to be tested. They can be tested up to several times a month, and that testing is ongoing. They are not necessarily just testing for the drug or substance of abuse. They will be testing for the drugs and substances of convenience, which means the testing is very broad. They can be testing for, and they will test for multiple things, given the nature of the profession, what the individual may be exposed to. So you may have an individual who is under a conditional license for a DUI, right? So alcohol was the substance abuse. However, through, expertise of treatment and monitoring, they know if the experts know if they can't necessarily partake in that, they may use something else, right? To get that same feeling or to get into a space where they can manage whatever is going on within, their life at the time. So we test for a broad variety of substances to ensure that we have someone who's not impaired. They're aware of that before going in. They also will work with their physician, the individual's physician, to make sure that if there is any prescribed medications, those are noted. So if they come up, we're not taking action on someone who's on a prescribed medication that has been deemed safe for whatever work they do. So that's the substance abuse piece. In addition to that, they have to report to their employer that they're under a conditional license with the state of California and what that means. They may have, quarterly probation checks with our LEC just to check in. How are you doing on a performance level? How are you doing in terms of missing work? Are you, still attending your AA meetings, if that's one of the requirements? Are you attending whatever self-help groups that you've signed up for, just to make sure they're staying the course? So all of that is done within the division.
So again, I think the probationary opportunity is a very good thing. My question, and you partly answered it. So the LECs under POSAD are who are conducting the probationary monitoring. And the other part of the question was, it's not a very heavy workload, but as these cases continue to grow, and as we talked about earlier, being down 20 LECs, and then the number of cases that are pending, I would like to see that they still have the opportunity to have probation monitoring, but then how that over time, how that impacts staffing and their ability to carry out the overall mission. And so the concern again comes back to how do you deal with that recruitment retention issue with your LECs to meet that demand?
Fair point, Chair Salazar. Right now, we're talking about like less than 5 people being monitored, but as time goes on, that number is going to grow. And what are we going to do with that workload? And I think we'll have to reassess. In my experience, like I said, doing licensing and enforcement, we had a very solidified, if you will, probation monitoring program. And we had probation monitors that were analysts. They were trained to do probation monitoring. They understood what the role was. It's really check-ins. So it's not to say that we couldn't share that workload with our professional staff. And I think at some point we should, and we will. I think at this initial stage, because we're dealing with peace officer probation monitoring, this is new to the state of California. This is new to POST. We want to be sure that if we're reaching out to the subject officer, that it's someone that understands the nature of the work they're doing, the profession and has that rapport. But as time goes on, I think we can actually share this workload, and we should share this workload with our professional staff. So I appreciate the question.
Chair Funny.
Thank you. What you described is exactly what I am glad to hear you talking about in terms of the ability to take into account mitigating, aggravating factors and tailor your approach to address those. So that's very encouraging. It's not dissimilar to the state bar and their the way they handle attorneys with regard to the issues of substance abuse and things of that nature. I fully support the approach that you've outlined. That said, has there been any discussion or thought about what, if any, information would become a matter of public record, especially when you're dealing with somebody who is dealing with addiction or substance abuse issue?
Absolutely. And so the medical records obviously remain confidential. The actual settlement agreement itself is a matter of public record. There's nothing specific about the officer's personal medical information or their treatment facility, their treatment plan. That's a matter of public record. However, if they violate probation and then we have to take them up on a revocation because they violated our terms of probation, some of that may in fact become public record because that's just the nature of the administrative hearing process. Again, medical records, things like that are always confidential. The violation itself and what was violated would not be, and the individual would have to, potentially defend that violation.
Mr. Stalker, go ahead.
Brent Stalker. I'm realizing what a tough job you have just listening here. So again, thank you for what you're doing. I want to make sure that I'm understanding something. Right now, we have the option to either revoke or suspend. Am I correct on that?
Right.
Could you give me some examples of when somebody, I understand the substance abuse. What would be some of the other examples of when somebody may get suspended?
So we've had an actual case where it was a use of force case, and the commission determined that the most appropriate action would be a term of suspension with a retraining on use of force. So that's another example where they don't believe the significance of the use of force was such that a revocation and removal from the profession was the sound decision, but perhaps timeout with some retraining and retooling so that an individual could come back hopefully with a remediation plan for not violating the use of force policy or laws. And
Thank
that's
you.
an actual case that's already gone through the commission.
I try to not pepper you with too many questions here,
it's okay,
but okay, so let's just say that you or somebody determines that a suspension is appropriate. How do you work with the department on that suspension?
But we haven't had an instance yet where the individual officer who is before the board and commission is employed during that term of suspension. If that were the case, the department would have to be willing to hold on to that individual, perhaps on paid administrative leave, or maybe in another capacity other than in a sworn position for that term of suspension until they can come back and engage. So we haven't had an instance yet where we've had someone who is still employed and then the decision of the commission has been to place that person on suspension. In our circumstances thus far, they've already been terminated from employment.
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
I just off the top of my head, I'm thinking suspension will probably be a good tool in the future. And just some thoughts on that is, I believe that administrative leave varies from department to department. So in some cases, I would think that the department was handling it correctly by putting the person on admin leave. But I also believe the other side of it, that may not always be the case, where somebody else may have to step in and say, okay, if you're not going to put them on admin leave, then we're going to do a suspension. If that's the case, how would that work and how long would that take? And would Post have the authority or the commission have the authority, which I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that, but to basically override a department if they decide, oh, we don't feel like there's enough for admin leave? Well, that's fine, but we feel that this person should be suspended. So I'm just curious how that process would work.
Certainly. So 2 questions. I think I'm going to answer both of them. In terms of post decision, so if the commission makes the decision that they're going to pursue a suspension and the person is currently working. The department cannot use that person in the role of a peace officer while they're under a suspension. So it would force the hand of the agency to either place them in a non-sworn position or put them out on leave. If the agency is interested in a term of suspension as well, they would need to align that suspension with the commission's decision, because basically the certification at that, during that period of suspension is not valid. They cannot work as a peace officer in the state of California. So essentially it would kind of override the agency's decision. We don't get into a discussion about whether they should be on leave, paid leave, unpaid leave. That's entirely an employment decision. But where we engage is, we believe a term of suspension is important. We're placing this person on hold. The agency can decide whether they want to put them in a non-sworn position or put them out on some form of leave.
Again, I think this is great. I support it. I'm just curious how long, let's just say that you get a case. Okay, and you're concerned. And maybe you believe that it factors a suspension versus, you know, a complete removal. How long do you think that would take for basically for post to make that recommendation to the commission that this person needs to be suspended?
Michelle's giving me cliff notes over here. I think what you're referring to is an ITS, an immediate temporary suspension. And that is, they meet those three factors I talked about earlier today where they've been terminated. So it wouldn't be someone that's been employed though. So resigned in lieu of, you know, going through an IA, resigned during a pending investigation for serious misconduct, or if they were arrested for a felony or indicted, or there's an information on file for a felony or a 1029 violation, there's some misdemeanors that would qualify in there as well. Then we have the authority to issue an ITS, which happens immediately. And that would also place them on a hold. They couldn't work as a peace officer during that time. In the scenario I think you're talking about, they're still currently working in the agency. And so there is no mechanism by which, unless they've been arrested for something, which I think the agency would probably be putting them on some form of leave during that period as well, for post to do something immediately. There is a mechanism where you can go before an administrative law judge and issue what's called an ISO, which is an interim suspension order, but you'd have to get that from a judge, and that takes a pre-hearing process, et cetera. But really there's no immediate way for post to say, we're going to remove you. That process for the initial 2 hearings would happen. They'd go before the board, they'd go before the commission for those initial hearings. And then if the individual contests that, it goes all the way to an administrative law judge. And that can take a year plus. So unless they meet those 3-prong criteria, there's no immediacy for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, boy, thanks. So thanks for the probationary status on these certifications. When SB2 was first rolled out, everybody was like, it's either decertified or not. And now we have some mechanism to work with, so I appreciate that. I got a question about the counseling part or the probationary conditions. If a person who is on probationary status, let's say fails a urine drug test, is the employing agency allowed to see those results? Or the counseling thing, let's say they're going to counseling for substance abuse, that's kind of a gray area under some HIPAA acts, right? But are we privy to post findings or anything that violates probation?
So if they actually violate probation and we've determined that they violated probation, yes, we would make the agency aware of that. Yes.
And all, whatever that was, let's say like a urine test or something like that.
Right. If they're positive, and then we do what's called a confirmation test, and they're positive and we know it wasn't an error on the part of the lab, like there's a process you go through to do a duplicate test then we would be notifying the agency that there's a potential violation of probation, and depending on whatever action was appropriate at that point. In some of our agreements that we've seen, a violation of probation that's been determined to be an actual violation results in an immediate revocation of the certification. So they're agreeing to that. They know if they violate the terms of probation and it's a qualified violation that we've substantiated, they can be immediately revoked.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Ehlers.
So one point and then a question for Amory and Michelle, because you'll answer it better than I will be able to. So an immediate temporary suspension is not punitive. It is simply a hold for the individual to sort out their criminal issues, for the department to finalize their internal investigation, or for us to review their internal investigation as to why they were terminated. So it's not a punitive action. Amory and Michelle, if you can address, when do the probationary terms kick in? So almost all of the individuals where the commission has asked for some form of a stipulated settlement or some form of probation monitoring, the majority of those individuals are not employed currently. When does it kick in?
So there are parts of it that kick in immediately. And that is if they have to notify us of certain things immediately. For example, if they've participated in any rehabilitation program, inpatient, outpatient, otherwise, if they have a support group, they have to report those things to us immediately. There are things that don't kick in until they're employed, and that would be the substance abuse monitoring. So the biological fluid testing and that kind of thing would happen once they're employed. Obviously, notification to the employer, they have to be employed to notify an employer. So it's really those terms that are what we call tolling until they have gainful employment as a peace officer. We have a couple of cases coming up where potentially they will be employed. And so all of the terms of probation, or they are employed and we're waiting for the finality of the case, that all of the terms and conditions would be essentially implemented immediately. And we would be in a term of probation monitoring. We have a probationer that's actually employed out of state, and we cannot impose California's terms and conditions, restrictions, et cetera, on out-of-state peace officers. So that individual is essentially in a tolled status. They remain in a tolled status unless and until they return to California and seek gainful employment in California as a peace officer. So that's how we kind of address those things. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes, perfectly. And then the payment for the monitoring, if you don't mind, since we were talking about money earlier today.
Yeah, that is borne by the subject officer, and that is very, that's standard across the board, where any payment for the biological fluid testing would be the responsibility of the officer on probation.
Thank you, Director. Any additional questions or comments on this item? Chief Pontus.
Hans, question for you. So if as commission makes a decision to suspend the officer, like what is that term? How long is the suspension?
Can't exceed 3 years, because after 3 years, they go inactive and they'd have to go back through a whole training module. So the suspension shouldn't exceed 3 years. The probation, however, can go on 5 years, 10 years, whatever the commission deems appropriate, because probation isn't the suspension part. So if there's a term of suspension, that would be for 3 years or less. Probation can be 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. In my experience, I didn't frequently see anything beyond 7 years, because at that point, they're either recovered from whatever that is, or you should probably be seeking something else if you're still seeing violations or some inconsistencies in their ability to stay the course. You might want to consider a different imposition of discipline.
Comment on that. I couldn't see if an agency did not terminate that officer, they wouldn't keep them on ATO for 3 years or a year. That'd be yeah.
Brent Stalker, I have a follow-up question on that. So I'm sorry, you said on probation, what was the time frame on the probation?
It can be determined by the commission. So there's no set rule that you can't do a term of probation for 10 plus years. I would say what would be more common is 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. And at that point, you've been monitoring them long enough where you either know that they're compliant, it's resolved the issue, and they can go back to a valid, unrestricted license, or you need to consider another imposition of discipline because that's not working. If you're monitoring someone for 7 years and you're still, like I said, still seeing inconsistencies in behaviors, you should probably take a look at the individual status.
Okay, last question.
Sure.
So let's say that somebody's looking at probation or even a suspension, and then they go off work. And a lot of times the departments will hold that until they get back from work. And sometimes that could be a year, 2 years. Would we take that into consideration as well for an extension, or is there some
Told.
type of?
That would be a told status. So if they go
Okay.
off work, as we were talking about which things apply and when. So if they're no longer working, let's say they were working and they were meeting all the terms and conditions of probation, but now they're going to be out of work for a period of time, they'd be on a told status. We'd still check in with them. We'd still probably do their quarterly monitoring just to check in with them to see how everything's going, to make sure they're still maintaining those things they need to maintain even while not employed. But in terms of like the biological fluid testing and some of the other terms that may be relevant for them actually being in role, those would be told. And the tolling can go on for a long period of time. There again, if they're out of work for 3 years, we'd have to look at the status of their license, et cetera, from a, having to retrain.
And I would imagine too, if they did not cooperate with you, then that would go probably fairly easily to a termination.
Correct. That's a violation of probation if there's no cooperation, and that's one of the terms and conditions outlined in the disciplinary guidelines. It's like failure to cooperate or failure to comply with the terms and conditions as agreed upon. That would be considered a violation of probation, and there could be some immediacy in a revocation.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, any additional? Thank you for that report. Alrighty, we're gonna move on to item G1. This is a report on proposed amendment of Commission Regulation 1201, definitions related to peace officer certification. And we still have Bureau Chief Michelle Weather from the Certification Bureau with us, who's gonna provide this report.
Yes, so this is proposal to amend Commission Regulation 1201, which are definitions specific to peace officer certification and professional certificates. The majority of the terms that we are seeking to add are related to our disciplinary proceedings, where they're terms that might be seen in the disciplinary guidelines or during discussions of potential disciplinary actions against the peace officer certification. There are also a couple of terms that we are adding to clarify eligibility for professional certificates. As an example, we have a mixed use of the rank of corporal throughout the state. Some agencies do use them as bona fide supervisors, and others use them as intermittent or investigators and such. But because there's such a range of usage of corporals throughout the state, we have to consider them as quasi-supervisory, and as such, they would not be eligible for a supervisory certificate. We have been fighting this for many, many years, trying to explain it to corporals. It's not us. I mean, your agency may want to reconsider how they classify you or use you. Things like that are points of clarification. Also like management certificate and executive certificate eligibility. There has been confusion in the recent months, and I'd say past year or so, as to when an individual may be eligible for their management or executive certificate based on their years in service at particular ranks, or the minimum trainings that they're required to complete for those certificates. So again, points of clarification on some of the existing terms that we have. Any questions on those?
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, Michelle, if you would stick with us and provide item G2, a report on proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1003, employment status notifications, affidavits of separation.
Yes, and this one is an additional amendment to what we had brought to the commission back in November. A couple of points of clarification that I believe were actually brought up by Sheriff Honey during the advisory board, as well as Commissioner Gordon during the actual commission meeting, with regard to what we were specifically asking for on the affidavit of separation and some concerns around the specific reasons for separation, particularly with probationary peace officers for being terminated. So we've made just a few tweaks to the language and the instructions to clarify that you don't have to be explicit in terms of the reasons, just provide a general reason for separation so that we can continue to abide by the penal code requirements, but also not violate or force agencies to violate some personnel related issues.
Questions or comments on this item? Okay, one more, Michelle. Item G3 is a report on proposed amendments to Commission Regulation 1202, Peace Officers Certificates, and Commission Regulation 1003, Employment Status Notifications.
Yeah, so this one, not only do we have some general updates to Commission Regulation 1202 with regard to how we consider eligibility for professional certificates for peace officers, specifically related to education, prior employment with federal agencies or other out-of-state agencies, as well as training points, but we are also looking to split out the requirements for a proof of eligibility and a basic certificate. The way we had it before, there was some confusion as to which requirements applied to which of those certificates or if it applied to both. So we've split those out. Additionally, we have added to help us assist us in enforcement of Commission Regulation 1204, which is the cancellation for fraud or misrepresentation. We're adding a peace officer's attestation to Commission Regulation 1003's attestation of peace officer eligibility, to where the peace officer now will also attest that any information provided during the background process is true and correct to the best of their knowledge, and it'll be under penalty of perjury. So that is the piece that's being amended with 1003, and that will give us some of the teeth in that we're adding to 1202 that will allow us to enforce the cancellation for fraud or misrepresentation during the background process, because we were running up against agencies reporting fraudulent backgrounds or misrepresentation or failure to disclose during backgrounds. And then we had a hard time enforcing how do we cancel this person's certification, because had they disclosed, they may never been hired in the first place, or they failed, they're failing to disclose or misrepresented information that would have shown the agency that they were not eligible to be a peace officer, therefore they should not hold the certificate. So just those additions to the regulation are being proposed.
Questions, comments from the committee on this item? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Chief Weiler. Appreciate those reports. Okay, so the next item on our agenda here is we're moving into the guidelines for nominations for the awards review. It is post-lunch, so let's take about a 10-minute break. Does that work for the court reporter?
Thank you.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break, reset, and then we'll come back and tackle the awards. So we'll be back at 13:45. Right, welcome back, everyone. So now we will move on to the review and recommendations of nominations for the Post Excellence in Training Awards, as well as the O.J. Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award for 2024. So our first item is to review the guidelines for nominations, and Vice Chair Stalker is going to help out with some notes here. So I'm going to go over the guidelines, and then I'll go over each individual award. As we do each award, we'll have a discussion about the nominees. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to review those packets. We'll get some feedback, and then we'll make a decision on these. But let me start with the guidelines. Committee members do not necessarily need to excuse themselves if they know one of the nominees. If there is a fiduciary or employer-employee relationship between a committee member and a nominee, or if a committee member is a relative or a close friend with a nominee, or if in the committee member's professional determination, she believes it would be in the best interest if he or she recused, the committee member may elect to abstain on any decision with respect to that nominee. The decision is to recuse is exclusively that of the committee member, and the reason does not need to be disclosed. So the committee today is responsible for reaching a consensus and recommending a winner to the commission. The committee should be prepared to articulate to the commission as to why the final decision was made. To preserve the integrity of the award, if in the opinion of the committee there is no nomination that reaches the threshold criteria of the respective award, there is no necessity to present the award. And that has happened in years past. So we're going to start with the Individual Achievement Award. And before we start discussing those nominees, let me just read what the Individual Achievement Award is, and then some of the award criteria that will apply to each of these awards. The award for individual achievement is given for remarkable effort or accomplishment resulting in a singularly significant or extraordinary contribution to public law enforcement training. The individual's contribution must involve innovation, a demonstrably effective project, task, or assignment that has significantly impacted or benefited law enforcement training at the organizational, local, or state level. Outstanding contributions may include, but are not limited to, innovative approaches in the preparation, presentation, application, implementation, evaluation, planning, and/or management of law enforcement training programs. The award criteria are in 3 categories, and that is innovation being first. Nominees are evaluated on the use of unique and innovative approaches in the design, development, implementation, and presentation of training programs leading to improved quality or delivery of law enforcement practices. Innovation also includes newer creative approaches to program delivery or the introduction of new technology or creative uses for existing technology that lead to improved quality or delivery of law enforcement training. Second criteria is impact. The nomination should fully describe the effectiveness of the achievements on law enforcement training. Are improvements resulting from the accomplishments limited to the immediate organization, or do they impact or have the potential to impact other law enforcement organizations at local, regional, or state levels? The nomination should include any quality, cost effectiveness, operational, and other related improvements derived or projected as a result of the nominee's accomplishments. And finally, the last criteria is reputation or recognition. Nomination should be evaluated based on the reputation and recognition of the nominated individual or organization. The nomination should emphasize how sought out for advice the nominee is by his or her peers. It should also identify the nominee's reputation as a leader and innovator within law enforcement training and any official recognition made by the individual's organization or peers. So we kind of went over the general guidelines. That is the criteria for the Individual Achievement Award. Before we move on to discussion, are there any questions or comments from the committee on the guidelines or kind of where we go from here? Sure, Conan.
I recognize that if there isn't a submission you feel arises to the appropriate level, you cannot award it. But what if there are 2 or more individuals that are equally impressive? Can you award more than one?
So we are required to come to a consensus to award to make a recommendation for an award winner to the commission. We can also have a runner-up, but the ideal would be that this committee comes to a consensus on an award winner.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, so in individual achievement category, we have nominations for 3 individuals. The first being Joella Jimenez, Deputy Sheriff from the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. The second is Kyle Carden, Sergeant from the Santa Clara Police Department. And the third is Sherry Marshall, an instructor at Butte College Law Enforcement Academy. At this time, I'm going to open it up to the committee for discussion of these three nominees and to obtain recommendation on it, on the committee's recommendation for a winner in this category. Soborn.
I won't be shy. I went with Joella Jimenez. I cited her whole body approach to the road bike course and the
Thank you.
post-certified course. And her, through the letters that were submitted, her passion for doing this and her teaching and her development through the academy where she worked. That's my recommendation or my vote.
Okay. Any additional? Ms. Rosa?
Ms. Jimenez is from my department. I am familiar with her. I am extremely impressed with her ability to present the crisis intervention training to our deputies, new deputies, as well as deputies who have been on for several years. And she has recently been moved to our Public Affairs Division, where she's instrumental in bridging the gap between our Hispanic communities and stakeholders with the Sheriff's Department. And so my vote would be for her as well.
Morel?
Tammy Morel. I loved her application, and it struck me that she made the leap into the incarcerated individuals
yes.
arena, which that's a gutsy move for a police officer, I think. Having said that, I really like Kyle Carden's application as well. I think he's pretty cutting edge, and he took an area of the law, the imminent threat area, made it very easily understandable and relatable, and came up with what it looks like some really good scenario-based training. But I think if I were to choose, I would go with Jimenez because her reach is broader. Both very good candidates and very different candidates, so it was difficult for me.
Gamboa.
So Gamboa, thanks. I will recuse myself from this vote, but I will make a recommendation if I can. Am I allowed to do that?
Go ahead and make comment.
Okay. So I appreciate the other valors from the other applicants. I do want to know Sergeant Kyle Carden. I've worked with Kyle Carden on the street. I know what type of cop he is, and he's always out to do the right thing. Separately, when he went over to the training division, what I appreciated about him most is that he wasn't an instructor in a box. This is a guy who looked at critical thinking at a different level. He has mentored a lot of officers, not only in Santa Clara PD or in the county, but statewide. And I've watched him consistently get these reviews about, I've learned something from him today. Separately, what makes him different than any other instructors is that he's always looking for data, results. So did in fact the training that he provide work? So he's the kind of guy that goes that extra step where he'll contact the students, be it somewhere in the state or be it locally with the police department, and he'll ask them, did this training work? I think a lot of times when we get into that mold of providing instruction, class in a box, we forget about the officer who's out on the street that needs to be able to perform and make those critical decisions in the moment. He is definitely one of the top presenters that I've ever run into, and he's one hell of a street cop. So thank you very much.
Ms. Cottrell.
Good afternoon. As always, when I read these nominations, I'm in awe of what folks are willing to do to train the next generation into this profession of policing, which we also love. Just based on the innovation of Sergeant Kyle Carden, he was my selection for the top position. Critical thinking is something that we're all pretty concerned about with this next generation coming up in the field. And the way that he was utilizing infographics, his filters, it made sense to the officers that he's teaching in a way that I think was really comprehensive to them and could be far reaching in other areas.
Sherry Marshall's nomination definitely strikes a chord with me personally. I've learned from the work that she's put together for Post. I've seen the manuals that she's written. I wish she was in the lifetime achievement category because I think she's definitely made a lasting impact on the dispatching profession for several years. But based on the innovation of Sergeant Kyle Carden, he was my top nomination as well.
Okay, any additional questions, comments, committee on these three?
I have one. Brent Stalker. Again, tough sometimes to go through these. First thing I look at is the application, and we had some really, really good ones. I think with just my training background, I picked Sergeant Kyle Carden as well. For one particular reason that stood out to me is I've seen so many instances in training where people just present, they're just covering the topic. It always fascinates me when you have an instructor that is really concerned not only about just presenting, but teaching and making sure that the students walk away with something. So just looking over and kind of reviewing all that, it kind of stood out to me on that, where it just seems like as an instructor, he's going way and beyond or beyond what most instructors do. And a lot of times you just see presentation. And I think with him, it's, you're really seeing the importance from him of teaching the topic and making sure the student understands it. And so that was a major factor for me.
Thank you. Any other comments or notes about these three individual nominees? Alrighty, how about do I have a motion or a recommendation for an award winner?
Oborn, I move to nominate Joella Jimenez.
So I have a motion for Jimenez by Oborn. Do I have a second for Jimenez?
I'll second Alicia Rosa.
Second by Rosa. Okay, so I'll take a vote for the winner for being Joella Jimenez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Opposed.
Pacheco, Stalker, oppose. Any abstentions? Okay, so and then I have a vote with, 9-2 in favor of Jimenez. Okay, how about for a recommended runner-up? I'm hearing a recommended runner-up is probably going to be Sergeant Carden. Do I have
Yes.
a motion in that?
Yes. So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so runner-up is Carden. Okay, one down. Our next category is going to be for organizational achievement. We have 4 nominees in this category. We'll read the definition of the Organizational Achievement Award. So this award category recognizes achievements.
Sure. I'm going to recuse myself from this category. I'm going to step outside.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Morel. So Ms. Morel is recusing. Okay, organizational achievement. This award category recognizes the achievements and contributions made by an organization dedicated to law enforcement training. The award is one wherein training responsibilities and initiatives must have resulted in substantial contributions to public law enforcement and reflect a high degree of training effectiveness and service. The contribution must be documented and describe one or more projects or programs that are primarily training in nature rather than an operational activity. Outstanding contributions may include, but are not limited to, innovative approaches in the analysis, design, development, implementation, evaluation, or delivery of law enforcement training programs. The criteria may include both quantum and long-term improvements or successes. The 3 categories under which, or criteria, in which we evaluate this award are the same as the last: innovation, impact, and reputation. So we have 4 nominees in this category. The first being Cal State University Long Beach, the Center for Criminal Justice. Second being Palm Springs Police Department Training Division. The third being the Seaside Police Department. And fourth, the San Joaquin Delta College Post Academy. With that, I will open the floor to comments or recommendations with regards to organizational achievement category. Zoborn.
Auburn. I went with Long Beach. Just in their innovation, all the programs that they have developed, the first post-mental health decision-making course in compliance with SB 29. The principled policing delivery of that original design group, the development of the current use of force, perishable skills course, and the train the trainer course, and their CJ Center crime scene investigation program and criminal intelligence analysis program. So they would be my number 1. And they have the thickest packet. What?
That it was.
Yes.
Pacheco, I just add to those comments, couldn't agree more. Their work with Minneapolis speaks volumes to the trust that was placed in them to kind of put California again on the map in law enforcement. Their work in crime analysis, we know we've been looking at that for our staff, and their programs were very, very helpful. So that would be my vote as well.
Any other comments?
I really appreciate Palm Springs application. I thought their designated marksman program was truly innovative, and it's a template that we could also utilize elsewhere. Very scenario-based with updated tools and training and tailored curriculum for those that are going through the program. They did achieve post-approval and got some statewide recognition for it. And I think it'll inspire trainees to really hone this skill.
Mr. Gamboa.
Yep, Gamboa. Well, I appreciate again everybody's backgrounds in this category, and again their accomplishments. This is a tough decision. I choose Seaside Police Department over the others. What I really liked about them again is thinking modern instruction. So they, under innovation, they had created this program called Seaside Speaking Series, much like a TED Talk, and they reached out to presenters from all over the state of California, with also a drive for providing some free training if allowed possible, so that other agencies who maybe don't have the training budget like others do can attend and benefit from some of these presentations. And if you look at the attachments, they've had some really pretty interesting presenters that reach as far beyond just post-curriculum, everything from wellness to investigations, unconventional investigations, things from threats of violence to schools and stuff like that. Again, these are cornerstones out there on the street. So I vote for Seaside. Thank you.
The discussion or comments on this, on the nominees in this category? I have a motion for a recommended winner in this category.
Auburn, so moved. Cal State Long Beach.
Is there a second to that motion?
Pacheco seconds.
Pacheco. Okay, all in favor of CSU LB for the winner of the organizational achievement category, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? One opposed, that's Gamboa. Any abstentions? And we have Morel. Okay, so the motion passes for Cal State University Long Beach for Organizational Achievement Award in this category. Oh, yes, thank you. We also need to select a runner-up in this category. So do I have a motion for a runner-up in the organizational achievement category?
Motion for Palm Springs.
Cottrell motions Palm Springs. A second to that? I would second it. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All opposed.
Opposed? And Morel is abstaining, so that motion passes. The runner-up would be Palm Springs Police Department Training Division. Okay. Next category is lifetime achievement. Here is the definition of the Lifetime Achievement Award. Lifetime achievement is presented to individuals who have contributed to public law enforcement training over a substantial period of the individual's career. During this time, individuals must have achieved a remarkable record of demonstrable results, including quality, substance, and innovative impact. He or she must have consistently maintained highly creative and effective effort, displayed exemplary service, and exhibited strong leadership skills. The individual must also enjoy a reputation as an innovator and leader among peers and within the local, state, and regional levels. This award also uses the same criteria for innovation, impact, and reputation. It does include a requirement that the number of years the nominee has contributed to law enforcement training be a minimum of 15 years. With that, I would open the floor to discussion with regards to our one nominee in this category, who is Lieutenant Bill Smallwood from the Kern County Sheriff's Office. And again, open the floor to any discussion, comments with regards to this nomination.
I have one, Brent Stalker. I certainly commend, I'm not trying to go otherwise on that. I definitely would, for a Lifetime Achievement Award, I would like to have seen a little bit more on the application. That's my only concern on that. I think this is very important for the, again, but I don't know, it's just, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more on the application.
Questions, comments, additional discussion with regards to this nomination? Concerns? Support or a motion? Does the committee feel that this nomination meets the requirements for the award? So I'm seeing a number of no's. Sheriff Honey, did you have a comment?
Really appreciate this, the service. Clearly had a great career and contributed greatly to the Kern County Sheriff's Office. But given the parameter set, I'm not entirely sure that it meets the overall requirements that we're looking for.
Additional comments or discussion?
Oh, Born, what he said.
Okay, so let's do it this way. Is there a motion to nominate or to receive the nominee or recommend a winner for Lifetime Achievement for Bill Smallwood? Okay, seeing none, then that nomination would die. That motion dies. Okay, so we will move on to the Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award.
If I may ask a question, in regards to the guidance that was talked about, where can I find that information, or if it's just a matter of experience?
As far as the definition and criteria?
Yes,
So
sir.
it's on the Post website. They have an award section that has the definition for each, and then kind of what the nomination criteria is on there. And that's where I pulled this from. That's why I provide it here as well, though, just for consideration. But yeah, it's on the website.
Thank you.
Okay, 2024 Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award. So excellence in service and setting high standards is the foundation upon which the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training stands. Attaining excellence on a continuous basis is a result of many dedicated staff, subject matter experts, the Post Advisory Committee, and Post Commission members. This annual award recognizes all these individuals, but most particularly those who have demonstrated sustained effort over time. These few individuals have made a difference and a lasting contribution. Their creativity, perseverance, and dedication to improve the California law enforcement profession is recognized with this Exceptional Service Award. Annually, the Commission may bestow this award upon one or more individuals and record their names on a perpetual award at Post. Recipients receive this award at the June Commission meeting, and to preserve the exceptional service nature of this award, the Commission reserves the prerogative of not issuing the award in any given year. The selection criteria focus on an individual's contributions, legacy, dedication, and exceptional service. Number one, contributions. This individual shall have made a significant contribution or contributions in furtherance of Post missions and goals. Two is legacy. The contribution shall have made a sustained impact upon Post and California law enforcement. 3 is dedication. There shall be evidence of individual dedication, perseverance, overcoming obstacles, or collaborative efforts with the law enforcement and/or training community. Number 4, exceptional service. There shall be evidence that these contributions represent exceptional service. With that, we have 2 nominations this year for the 2024 Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award. The first is that of Lieutenant Casey Hill of the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office. And the second is Kimberly Zaragoza from the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office Law Enforcement Training Center. With that, I would open the floor to any discussion, comments with regards to these 2 nominations and this award.
Pacheco, with a couple comments. I've had the opportunity to see firsthand Lieutenant Hill's work at the Regional Academy. We use that academy primarily for our recruits, and since they started, I think after 2021, they started the problem-oriented or scenario-based training. Again, a marked improvement. We have not lost one trainee in FTO due to the performance since that program has started. I know that Post has recognized them, and they're able to speak at some seminars that Post put on to regional academies throughout the state that really put the Valley and the mark. LAPD was asking them how they were doing it, essentially. I know that they won the organizational award last year, and that was as a department, but Lieutenant Hill's work in the wellness space and just training in general was a big part of that. So not biased, but I definitely have seen the outcome of his work, and it's really changed the Valley law enforcement. So my nomination would be for Lieutenant Hill.
Thank you.
Just a comment, Oborn. It really makes a difference when you have a lot of support and people write letters and they say all these wonderful things about folks. And then it makes you wonder about, well, what about the other person? Maybe they're not as good or whatever. So I went with Kimberly Zaragoza. Again, I was looking at her letters of recommendation from folks and the amount of time that she spent in the field and her work. I don't know, it spoke to me more than the other candidate.
Joe.
I also nominated Kimberly, or not nominated, I also support Kimberly Zaragoza. Regardless of rank, she made time to contribute to the creation of training blocks, which revitalized several of the training modules of the academy. She was recognized for her contributions in developing training and influencing leaders of new generations. Lived a 35-year career to its fullest, and it just looks like she left nothing on the mat. She was the first female SWAT team leader, and just served as an inspiration. So I feel like it's for those reasons that she should be recognized with the award.
Additional comments, discussion?
Brent Stalker. I agree. I agree with Kimberly Zaragoza. One of the things that I looked at on this was, again, I look at the application and I read through it. And I appreciate the fact that she has spent so many years in law enforcement, where a lot of us will go sit on the beach, and she's, at least we hope, but she's continuing on. So, I mean, even after 35 years, she's still contributing in law enforcement. And so, and that, you know, again, is a straight up personal decision. And I always appreciate people with that type of knowledge to be willing to continue passing on their knowledge and mentoring. So I just appreciate that about her. Again, many years and lots of experience. So this was kind of impressive to me.
Campbell with a comment.
Yes, sir.
I also want to support everybody's comments about Zaragoza. I particularly like the exceptional service section where it noted continuing influence after retirement. After she retired, then went to the Cocoa County DA's office. Well, after being employed there, she remained as an instructor at the training center and continues to be more of a peer support person and a mentor. And after retirement, to have the energy and the efforts and the intentions to do that is remarkable. So I like what everybody else said in addition to the continuing of service.
I'd like to nominate Oborn Zaragoza for the award.
Or second to that nomination?
I second.
Gamboa, any additional discussion? Okay, all in favor of Zaragoza for the Bud Hawkins Awards, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so Zaragoza is unanimous decision by the committee for the Bud Hawkins Award. And I'm going to assume the committee would be good with Lieutenant Casey Hill as our runner-up nominee in there.
Yes.
Any objections to that? Okay.
No.
Okay, that concludes the awards section, and I will now move on to advisory committee member reports. This is the time for advisory committee members to report on any items from their respective organizations. And I'll start here to my left with Lieutenant Stogger.
Chairman Salazar, do you mind if I make a quick comment on our last topic?
Please.
Okay, again, every year, I hope, this has been my second time on this. Every year I look at these awards, and even though it's a lot of work for us to look through it, I just would love to see next year have a whole list of people on here. And, you know, I know through CPTMA, I'm definitely going to encourage, you know, just departments to put in for these awards, because I know we have a lot of deserving people in the state of California. So I would just ask my fellow advisory committees members to do the same. And hopefully next year, again, not that we had bad candidates this year, I'd just love to see a long list of potential candidates. So I just wanted to make that comment for our awards, and hopefully next year we'll see that.
Would you like to give a committee member report?
Yep. Give me just a second on that. For CPTMA, I've got a few topics to cover, and hopefully I can get through these notes okay. The first thing I'd like to just advise on for CPTMA, this year we are planning on holding 2 training needs assessments workshops. And this has been announced to the chiefs and sheriffs meetings. So we're hoping to get a good turnout. And we're just right now curious to see, you know, the different needs throughout the state of California. So we're looking at doing that, which again, I'm excited about. And I'm hoping to be able to report some of our findings back to the advisory committee meeting in June. And happy to report that our post consultants will also be attending the training needs assessment meetings as well. Another topic, CPTMA is working with our local dispatchers regarding developing a workshop for new dispatch commanders. This workshop is aimed at improving the knowledge, skills, and success of anyone who is assigned to oversee a dispatch center and the subculture of dispatch center. This is just something new that in, you know, part of CPTMA that we were kind of thinking about and roundtabling a little bit is sometimes departments have, depending on how your department's ran, has a pretty good mix of supervisors that come through a dispatch center. And so we were trying to figure out ways to improve, you know, just the supervision of that. And so we were thinking about looking into possibly, you know, developing either a course for dispatch commanders or at least a workshop to help new commanders with dispatch, because sometimes they don't understand the ins and outs of the dispatch center. CPTMA is continuing to hold the course. We've got a course that we hold, designing and building training courses. And again, we've put that on in Madera. It was really successful, and it's just helping people who have ideas to put courses on. It just kind of helps them with the knowledge of how to do it. For CPTMA, we're really lucky because our director, Fred Johnson, just has tons and tons of knowledge in this, just with his background in law enforcement and working with being a coordinator at the academy. We're very lucky. He's got a lot of knowledge, and he wants to, again, help and assist people who are interested in basically designing courses. So that's something that we are definitely looking at. And one of the things that I just want to, it's more of a statement, but the last few months in my career, directly working in patrol, one thing I just want to mention is how incredibly effective the drone system's been. I have seen firsthand the use of indoor drones for searching, and it just absolutely is amazing to me what a great officer safety tool that is. Looking back when I first started in law enforcement, to go in and search a big warehouse with multiple floors to do it right, could take, an hour or two. Last month, I watched a deputy. I'm not real tech savvy, but he's basically wearing some goggles, sitting by his car, and cleared a warehouse with an inside drone in about 5 minutes. And obviously, if you come across somebody that's not law enforcement friendly in there, the worst that's going to happen is you're going to lose your drone versus an officer. And so I'm just a big proponent based on just personal knowledge of what I've seen. So I'm hoping that throughout the state that the drone program will continue to grow. And again, I'm hoping that, we just have basically good presenters that put on these drone courses. Because personally, I'd love to see a drone in every single, I know this isn't reasonable, but I'd love to see a drone in everybody's trunk in a patrol car, just based on what I'm seeing. Because then again, departments vary based on what they have, but really what I'm looking at is how quickly a drone is identifying suspects or making an area safe for officers to go in. And then when you see a drone work or basically coincide with a canine officer, I just personally believe that it is going to save a lot of officers' lives in the future. So I'm hoping that as a law enforcement community that we grow basically with the drones. And last thing to cover is I just want to, again, quickly let everybody know CPTMA rebranded from CAPTO. So I think a lot of people remember CAPTO, and it's the same. We have the same concept, but again, a name change. So, but with that in mind, some of the things that we're looking at is we're not just doing department-wide training with managers, but we're also wanting to include FTOs, dispatch, detectives, and so on. So again, we're taking the CAPTO concept, but we're expanding. And so we're really looking at dispatch right now to bring on, training for dispatch, and again, FTO, detectives, anything that we can do in CPTMA, that's what we're looking at. So, and again, we're slowly trying to build on that, but that's our goal. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, from CPOA, we, for the first time, I think ever, if not for at least quite a long time, had our last conference last year virtually. Kind of on par with some of the topics we were talking about today relative to the 832 conversation. I would just ask that it's on Post's radar and the commission's radar that with every mandated training that comes down to, I would say all agencies, but I would consider myself a mid to smaller size agency. The more mandated trainings we have, the less ability we have to do above and beyond in-person classes. So CPOA, because of low enrollment, we're looking to go to the virtual space, which I think, regardless of how good the Zoom training is, there's something lost there without growing your network in-person training. So I do know that it's on Post radar, but I'm just going to kind of beat that drum for a while that the more things, much like I would say the SB2 regulations coming down on Post, that's given to departments, it's really a stressor on agencies to get officers away from the patrol car, not so much the money, but the time away from doing the actual job. So if we can all just stay very mindful of mandates that come in the years to come, that there is a price to be paid, not just financially, but cops out on the street. We are struggling to send people just to the basics, let alone above and beyond in-person training. So for CPOA, we're making that shift as necessary, but we're going to try and keep our in-person classes going as well.
Thank you. Warren?
Hi. For KG, we just really want to figure out what to do with the modern policing degree and how that's all going to be vetted out. So we're excited to hear about that. The colleges are anxious to get busy and get their curriculum in, because most of us, it takes quite a long time. The other thing is the comments about the drones. I love drones. I have drones. My kids have drones. Who said video games were bad for kids, right? It's that eye-hand coordination to do those drones. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. They're good.
Thank you. There's a lot of stuff that California State Sheriff's Association is paying close attention to. One area that I will highlight today, because I think it potentially has a direct impact on law enforcement officers working the streets today, has to do with the recent change in federal position with regard to immigration enforcement with the Trump administration. It is a new day, if you will, with regard to immigration enforcement. I know that as sheriff, I have received a letter from the Attorney General of the United States informing us as to the risks associated with not cooperating with, or in some respects interfering with, immigration enforcement, and also received guidance from the California Attorney General advising law enforcement agencies the risks or exposure that we have if we do cooperate or somehow engage in enforcement with ICE. So sheriffs in particular and law enforcement in California are in a very challenging position right now. But one of the things that came to our attention last week was the fact that the U.S. Immigration ICE entered approximately 700,000 administrative warrants into NCIC. And I think it's important for officers to understand what an administrative warrant is versus what a judicially authorized or issued warrant, and the limitations that an administrative warrant has in terms of local law enforcement's ability to enforce them. We put out guidance to our staff. I know a lot of sheriffs have put out guidance to their staff, but I would anticipate that dispatchers who are running people through NCIC could encounter these warrants, and if they don't understand them, might give officers or deputies in the field some indication that there's a warrant that they could execute by taking the person into custody, and likewise deputies or police officers if they don't understand them. Our ability as local law enforcement officers, as many of you know, to enforce an administrative warrant issued by ICE is prohibited by Senate Bill 54. And I think the last thing that I might suggest posts legislative efforts or watching various legislation, Senate Bill 544 is a recently proposed piece of legislation that would amend Senate Bill 54 and, if I understand correctly, eliminate the conflicts that exist between federal law and state law. Again, given the threat to local law enforcement officers if they make a misstep in the area terms of actually increasing the ire of the Attorney General or the U.S. Attorney, but also civil liability. It might be something worth post keeping an eye on to provide the proper guidance.
Sheriff Morrell.
The California Academy Directors Association is driven kind of by post consortiums. We have not had one since our last meeting. We have one coming up here in what, 10 days, 12 days, a couple of weeks. We're going to be back in San Diego. So we're looking forward to, we will, I'm sure, have some robust conversations on AB 992 and SB 385, because especially AB 992, this is new. None of us have ever heard of it before. There's a lot of angst about the whole notion of AB 89 and everything that has followed it. So people are all watching and wondering, worrying about what is going to happen. We've had a leadership transition, so our chair stepped away. He took a full-time teaching position and left his college as an academy director. So it'll be our first time meeting with our new board structure. So I will have more information in the next meeting for sure.
Ms. Cottrell.
Just briefly, NENA, which is the National Emergency Numbers Association, just wrapped up 911 Goes to Washington. They are still pushing the reclassification effort for dispatchers, and counting is occurring right now. And they will be heading up a 911 goes to Sacramento shortly for that same effort. And in the same vein of what Sheriff Pania was referencing in regards to dispatchers needing training on reading warrants and making sure that they're articulating them correctly when they're giving them out to the field. With the passing of Prop 36, we're seeing a large increase in demand for rap sheets being run from the field to see if those who are being arrested qualify for the Prop 36 holds. And so my recommendation for Post is just to make sure that we're offering those trainings. I know they're for free via Clue, but some people don't have access to that website. And then not just to have the burden of interpretation of rap sheets fall on your records clerks or your dispatchers or your records technicians, but make sure that your patrol staff know that they're testifying to what's in that rap sheet and that they should be able to interpret that information as well. Thank you.
Cordova.
Yes, thank you. So on behalf of the California Community Colleges, we're 116 community colleges throughout the state of California. We serve over 2.1 million students throughout the state, as well as the largest in the nation of a higher education institute. So we've implemented our Vision 2030 document plan that really focuses on being able to provide some primary goals and some strategic initiatives and directions to be able to help support the students get into a high wage, high earning career and opportunity. So I say that with the pretense of being able to respond back to some of the conversations where it is our initiative or my initiatives within the workforce division itself to improve upon our relationship with our partners that we have throughout the community, throughout the state of California, and really become a little bit more effective in that supporting each other as we work on the workforce development side of the house. So if there's ever an opportunity to engage in a collaborative or engage in like a career fair or a job fair or something where you might be looking at hiring or having a need, we've got, like I said, there's 6.8 million students that have graduated from high school without any credential or credits that are applicable. So our outreach is to be able to help provide a foundation for those individuals or adult learners to get into the workforce. And organizations such as yours, as you guys know from personal growth and development, is very lucrative. It can become a lifetime award and an achievement. So however we can help and participate in that activities engagement, please feel free to reach out to myself as a representative of the state for the community colleges. And again, thank you for your time and appreciation for being here.
Thank you. Chief Ponce.
So the California Highway Patrol, we currently have 3 academy classes going at one time. We have one that'll be set to graduate on the 21st of this month with 127 cadets, hopefully will make it. So then we have the 2 other classes in there. So we stand at the ready. We have new officers going throughout the state where we normally would not have new officers going. So it's kind of making training areas out of a lot of areas that weren't. So we're sending a lot of people through our FTO courses too. So we're just happy to partner with everybody here and continue to work, making our profession great. So thank you.
You. Ms. Rosa.
Hi, Alicia Rosa from representing PORAC. Well, everybody already kind of said what I was going to say, and I was really excited to talk about our vacancies, but it doesn't seem like CHP is having as much of an issue as we are. With our agency, well, the one I come from, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, we have a ton of vacancies and continue to lose officers and deputies to other agencies that pay a lot better than we do. So we are being innovative. And so I thank you for bringing up the community college. I'm not in charge of recruiting, but we also offer plenty of advice to our office of the sheriff on ways that we think, we can get officers and how we can kind of mitigate some of the retirements that are happening. Obviously, PEPRA has really, hopefully there's legislation on the horizon, and I know there is. Maybe turn back some of that, force you to work until you're 57. So we're hoping some new legislation will help with that. But we're also dealing with immigration. And some positive note is Prop 36 does seem to kind of bring some new revitalization and some energy into our deputies who do feel like they can actually do cop work again. So that's exciting. But other than that, that is what's going on in the Inland Empire. Wonderful Inland Empire.
That's awesome.
Jimbo.
Okay, thank you very much. Representing private presenters is a larger task than I thought it was going to be. One of the experiences I had is trying to get a list of all the private presenters and post-certified private presenters in California, and it was the daunting task that AI can't even do. So I've been trying to, what I've done is I emailed as many presenters that I know to let them know that they have representation at the advisory committee. As some of the presenters that I did have talks with around the state, they did have a question I want to pose out here for post, and that is, are there any future reviews coming up for the post plans 1 through 4?
Can you give me some clarification on what it is they're seeking?
Yeah, so is there particularly in post plan 4, because that affects a lot of the private presenters where we're not bound by the I guess the budgetary constraints that they would have in posts 1 through 3. So like what we charge for a class as a private presenter or what we pay the instructors. Are there any concerted efforts to revisit the standards for post plan 4 or near efforts?
No, not really. It's not really something that we're looking at this time now.
Okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
Sure. So those plan reimbursement schemes are not necessarily codified, but we have a matrix as to what falls into plan 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's not a question. I mean, if there's some kind of change in the curriculum that would require it to be bumped or moved, then yes, but a wholesale or entire review of that matrix, I don't think, as Jim mentioned, that we have any plans. Some of the other challenges that we're having, just you saw that with the contracts to a certain extent, is everything's gone up. It's much more expensive to deliver training, and it's much more expensive for us with the plan. So plan 4 includes lodging and travel reimbursement. The lodging rates have gone up for the state of California, as have the food per diem rates. So we're factoring all that in as to when we're going to burn through our local assistance money. So the short answer is no, but the matrix is the matrix. If it's a use of force course that's mandated by the legislature, it gets plan whatever it is. It's usually a plan 1 or a 2, or and if no money for that course, or it's not a priority, it's usually a plan NA. And there's no skin in the game from post. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And I'll close it out with from the California Police Chiefs Association. Next week is our annual conference in Riverside. So we're looking forward to that. And then obviously, as you heard from Post earlier, it's legislative season. And so we're just dealing with a number of legislative items that are on our radar. One of those being, we've heard a lot of today, AB 992, which is the law enforcement education requirement. We heard a little bit about drones, and drones are another issue that we're looking to try and protect the use of at the legislative level. There's concerns over foreign-made drones, and unfortunately, those are the ones that most agencies, especially smaller ones, can afford. And so they're under attack in terms of their use. Immigration, as Sheriff Hone mentioned, is also something of concern to us, and just how that plays out at the federal level and the state level. And really how it impacts our funding coming from the federal government moving forward, where that impacts JAG funding, OTS funding as well. So different concerns that we have there. And then RIPA, which we heard a report on here today, and just our concerns over how that data is collected and what it truly represents, which is not what I believe is reflected. So with that, that's from California Police Chiefs. Those are the items on our list. And that will conclude our member reports. And I will move on to commissioner comments. I don't believe we have any commissioners present at the moment, but
That's correct. We had Chair Long was here for the entire meeting up until the awards, and Sheriff Nieto came in during the meeting also, and they both have left at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to old business, and there is no old business for discussion, so we'll go to new business. there any new business items from the committee? Seeing none, we will move on to future meetings. Upcoming advisory committee meetings will be held on June 3rd of 2025 at Post headquarters in West Sacramento. And then again on December 2nd, 2025, also at Post headquarters in West Sacramento. And with that, we will adjourn today's meeting. Thank you for all of your input and discussion. I think it was productive. Appreciate you being here, and we'll see you next time. Meeting adjourned.